to get it fixed because, before you start winning, you got to stop losing. We're doing some things right now that are preventing us from winning, so we'll get it fixed.
The good part is there's a lot to learn from and grow from. I think we'll have a lot of things to look at and address, so that's, positive. But like I said, it has to go back to action and getting work done so that there is a different outcome because nobody in the building likes this feeling, and we definitely don't want to keep that rolling.
Yeah, it's frustrating. To lose the same way every time, it's frustrating as hell.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and the Browns are 1-5. No, I didn't mean to go full Dr. Seuss there, but we got a great show for you today that opened courtesy of University Hospital Browns Radio Network and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes! We've got Jake Murrin handling YouTube duties and producing. We've got Big Weege, who loves that nickname, Jake Volnick, doing 2020s for us today. And, of course, as always, across from me to talk whatever the hell goes on in Berea on any given day, Jonathan Peterlin, what's up, bud?
Hello. At some point, you have to tell me between the break if Big Weege actually does or doesn't like the nickname. I'm not sure now.
The streets say he loves it.
That means he doesn't like it.
I mean, some shows want to come out here and say he doesn't like it.
That means he doesn't like it.
I believe he's Switzerland on it. Now, just don't tell him Switzerland, because then he'll try and make it Italy, and we'll have to do the whole World War II lesson all over again.
Yeah, he was bad at that, wasn't he?
He was not good at it.
He was not good at that.
Not as bad as the Titans are at holding on to GMs or head coaches, as they've officially fired Brian Callahan. That makes 8 GM and head coach moves since December of 2022, making Jimmy Haslam look like a Rooney member.
Well, and the part that stuck out to me on this is that if you know Callahan's record over the previous 2 years, it's the same exact record that Kevin Stefanski has in that time frame as well as 4-19. And it's obvious just because 3 wins last year, and then we have the same situation this year. No one thought he was good at this.
Yep.
When he got the job, no one thought he was good at this. This is the least surprising thing ever.
In fairness, when you give an offensive coordinator who takes credit for Joe Burrow's success, the head coaching job, this is how it's supposed to go. In fairness, you can't coach in quicksand, which might be where we are with Kevin Stefanski after the Pittsburgh loss yesterday, which has been described in many ways. I would probably start the conversation with uninspiring, unwatchable, unserious, not fun, and altogether craptastic.
The uninspiring one is the one that really stood out to me there. Off season, I think you tried making the case this would be the most competitive 3-win team. But for this game, they were not the competitive 3-win part of that. They were very uncompetitive. They were very unserious, as you said. And I think that's the part that bothered me the most. Not only did they seem like they were never going to score, they just seemed like they were lifeless out there. They were dead. They were zombies just walking around on the field. It was awful.
There are one or two ways that you can take that I think our media brethren has taken the Browns 1-5 start. One is I told you so, which we'll get to in a second. The other is revisionist history, which is, I would say, lower than hack if you just can't say I was wrong about anything, right? You and I feel like we do a good job being like, ooh, missed on that one.
Well, it's hard. I mean, there's so many things we just miss on. Yeah. It's just very easy to be like, hand up our bad.
Occupational hazard, right?
That's what the right way to describe it. Occupational hazard, you're going to miss. It happens.
I even think, though, there's an element of I was wrong in some of the people saying that, we knew the Browns were going to be this bad. It's like, no. You knew they had a great chance of being 1-5. That's the part of this that isn't surprising. The surprising part is how undisciplined they are. Mm-hmm. The surprising part is how their age of their core players is shown. The surprising part is how Kevin Stefanski, who heralded, we're going to go back to the wide zone, we're going to go back to my old offense, how just completely inept. We thought it would be a bad offense. We didn't know it was going to be a historically bad offense. They're undisciplined. I've heard, this is not a thought that I espouse, I've heard several friends say they're unlikable. I don't know that I agree with that, but I mean, Jerry Jeudy's OPI was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, especially from somebody who Kevin Stefanski said after the game is one of their leaders. You can't be undisciplined. You can't lack toughness on offense, although that's not a rubber stamp for everybody, and you just cannot be as bad as they are. Yes, we thought they might be 1-5. We didn't know they would be an uncompetitive 1-5, which is mostly what they've been outside of 3 minutes against Green Bay.
Well, and it's the penalties and it's the drops that I'm just at my wit's end with. I mean, maybe this is part of the roster construction problem when you bring Jerry Jeudy, who always is close to the league lead in drops, and then David Njoku, who 2 years ago, remember he had to put a jugs machine in his living room because he was trying to work on not dropping the football as often, and then the drops came up yesterday. I
didn't know it was one of those jugs machines. I thought it was a different jugs machine. That's on me. Yeah. That's on me, dog.
Well, I was always like, he's not worried about the really expensive like paintings and vases and everything he has in that living room? He just puts a jugs machine right in the living room? What's going on? And like you know Harold Fannon's college game better than I ever will, but like did he drop a lot of passes at BGSU? Was that a thing with him?
No.
Because he's dropping them now.
He had, I don't even remember that Connor Bazelak throwing him the ball. He was pretty sure-handed at PG.
But he's dropping them now, though. That's the difference. And it's like, it's it's funny. I was sitting there. I had Elise's aunt over for dinner yesterday, and we're having pizza, and she was just like, so they had the new quarterback in, and she's like, does he just... I was explaining how left-handed quarterbacks aren't a thing in the NFL. Yeah. And then she's like, so does he just not throw a catchable ball? Is that what that is? And I'm like, you know what? It sounds stupid when you say it, but that is a thing. It is a thing with left-handed quarterbacks in particular, but it is a thing just in general in the NFL. And it sounds so simplistic and so easy. Like, does Dylan Gabriel just not throw a catchable ball, but then Joe Flacco wouldn't as well? I'm going to put it more on the drops with these guys.
I just feel like, specific to the Browns, I guess we just run the league in terms of uncatchable balls. Like, I feel like every quarterback that ever comes here, we're like, this guy can't throw a catchable ball. Or maybe we just can't find receivers, their head from their ass.
Well, then, like, Chad O'Shea's been the only constant throughout any of this mess, and the wide receivers coach, he's been here the entire time. Does he just not have them use the jugs machine except when it's their living room? I'm so confused by this. Does the
Browns are going to buy you one of these, but you can't have it in Berea. You have to have it in either your finished basement or in your actual living room.
They're so averse to the jugs machine, actually, and joking to buy his own. He got one on Marketplace, and then he puts it into his living room.
That's a problem. You got it on Temu.
The discounted one.
You got your jugs machine on Temu. You got your quarterback on Temu. I mean, this is a warning sign.
It's just like, what's happening here?
I mean, the Browns are worse than we could have imagined at 1-5. They are. Like, there is a competitive 1-5. I've said I want the most competitive 4-13 team in the NFL. You're not even getting that. And what I think is interesting is trying to navigate these two fixed points, whether this was the worst loss of the season or just the most recent one, because I think the fact that it was to Pittsburgh and the fact that, again, you got punked. Like, often, not defensively, but offensively, you got punked. They slapped you around. Your wide receivers were afraid to go over the middle. Your quarterback wouldn't stop lining guys up to get teed off of over the middle. Your head coach is coaching, and I think it's fair to say he's coaching conservatively. Some might can maybe say it that he's coaching a little scared right now on offense. Like, all of it comes together. I tend to think this was just the latest loss. I don't know that this was truly the worst loss, but I understand why Browns fans feel like this was the worst loss.
I think the Ravens one might end up being the worst one because that defense just looks so bad now, and the Ravens look so bad right now. And that was they dog walked you.
Yeah.
Only when the Ravens have this season, and they destroyed the Browns in that game. And it was at the time we just kind of looked at it like, well, it's Lamar and it's the Ravens. They're going to be awesome, but they're not. That defense, how did we not score 20 points on that defense, Nick?
I also will say, I know the Lions have dog walked everyone. The Lions made your defense look like the 15th best defense, not top 5 defense. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think maybe that's the point, is in half the games, you've been blown out. And I know that the schedule's tough. Yeah, everybody's got a tough schedule. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to get blown out. I honestly think, John Harbaugh has shot atop, now that Brian Callahan's been fired.
Yeah.
John has kind of shot atop the leaderboard, and I don't think it's the fact they're 1-5. I think, or 1-4, excuse me. I think it's a fact that in their losses, they've gotten way too many blowouts, even if Lamar Jackson wasn't their quarterback the last week or so.
Well, I mean, in that case with the Ravens, it really makes it seem like it's everything that happens is because of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which tracks with most of the teams in the NFL, by the way. You lose your franchise quarterback, you're not going to play good football.
Well, at least in Cincinnati, yesterday with Joe Flacco in there, obviously they're not playing good football. You're right about that. But so many beat reporters around Cincy were immediately like, this offense looks like it can do something now. They didn't get embarrassed yesterday. I think that's what you're looking for in those situations. Whereas with the Ravens, they've been embarrassed every stretch of the way now.
Would you put this closer to the worst loss of the season or just the most recent one?
I think it's the Ravens game. I think that's the worst loss of the season. But this one is really, this is the one. So last week, it was bubbling under the surface, and I thought it was a real turn on Stefanski last week, and they did nothing to dispel that. In fact, in a game where Dylan Gabriel completed 55% of his passes and should have had about 7 interceptions in that game. He didn't. Obviously, they weren't caught. Not catchable football. See where they can't even catch him.
I actually like that.
See how that one works?
Yeah, can't be intercepted if you can't catch the damn ball.
That's right. In a game where he looked, we'll talk about it later exactly how he looked. He was like the 12th biggest problem in that game. I mean, he's so low on my depth chart of problems that the Browns displayed yesterday. Whereas at least in other games we could look and be like, well, that wasn't great because Joe didn't do his job and we don't have the quarterback to get after it. This was a full team outside of Andre Schmidt, a full team disaster.
I think what it comes down to me and why I empathize everything that everyone has said about this game and why it stunk so much and the unwatchability. It's bad enough to be awful. Can you just be watchable? And you couldn't. The most watchable thing that happened was Isaiah Bond getting doinked on the helmet because he wasn't looking at the quarterback. Not mad about that.
I actually think that ball was going to Jamari Thrash. That was my takeaway. I've Zapruder film that one.
Is that why Bond was screaming at Thrash?
That's why he was. That's why I'm convinced. Thrash was screaming at Bond.
Oh, okay.
Thrash was screaming at Bond.
I only saw the return fire. I didn't see.
So I went back and watched that because I thought that first off the play was just. It's comical in many ways, and also but I was like, I want to find out what happened in this play, and either it was the worst designed play in NFL history, where you would have Bond at the exact time that Thrash was wide open in the end zone, or Bond just didn't do the right thing and cut him off and then doink in the head right as Thrash. If you go look at it, Thrash was open.
Right.
He's sitting there open in the end zone, waiting to catch the ball 10 yards beyond.
We're not looking at this the right way. Isaiah was so excited for his teammate to catch the touchdown, and he was watching Jamari Thrash run that route, and he was thinking to himself, that's the prettiest route I've seen run today.
I mean, he
was just admiring his teammate and what a graceful athlete Jamari Thrash was.
Yeah, he
wasn't not paying attention.
A real gazelle, that Jamari Thrash. I got lost in his speed.
But no, this comes down to two things for me. This comes down to, on the hand of, it can't possibly be the worst loss of the season. You made 2 huge trades earlier this week, and we can laugh at them. We can laugh at Flacco being the backup. Those trades matter in a locker room, especially one that has lost consecutive games and knows that their winning days might be numbered, right? And then the second thing was London. So that juxtaposed with Tomlin never blows anyone out. You took a team.
He tried to let you back in.
I'll be honest with you. I watched the Steelers. I came away, I went into that game thinking, they're good, they just got to figure it out, to coming away thinking, they're pretty mid. And yet they still blew you out by a significant amount.
Legitimately, for a quarter and a half, had the thought of, wow, Aaron Rodgers doesn't look anything close to what the Aaron Rodgers I used to think looks like.
Yeah.
I was like, this could be anybody. Just give him with the last name Rodgers on his jersey. It could be just about anybody. And then he picked it up a little bit, but there was nothing special about that.
How about the Metcalf Sherlock touchdown? I mean, you just got to get it there. And what was it? Was it 7 yards short?
It was a lot short.
And then with DK moving back towards the ball,
Rodgers looked up to the heavens as if it was the wind's fault.
Yeah,
that was a great reaction. Yep. So many people fake injuries in that moment. He looked up gust of wind got that
act
one.
Of God. Act of God. Now, of course, Aaron thinks he's God, so it may have been an act of Aaron Rodgers as well. 216-474-0092. Was that the worst loss of the season for the Browns or just the most recent one? We've got Daryl Ryder coming up at 3:20. He is not surprised by any of this. We've got quick hits coming up at 3:40. Nathan Zagura, new time, same Nathan, 4:40 every Monday. Post Browns win, lose, draw, or anything in between. Nathan's joining us at 4:40. We'll talk about how he thought Dylan Gabriel actually did yesterday. The lead coming up at get 5, but a lot of you. 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Was this the worst loss of the season or just the most recent one? There's another way to define this loss, and several people, many people, the best people, are saying it involves Kevin Stefanski, but should it? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
Frustrated to not play clean football on offense, defense, and special teams. Just can't do it. On the road versus a good football team, we got to get it fixed. Can't do those things and expect to go on the road and win. And before you start winning, you got to stop losing.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. afternoon drive with myself and Nick Wilson, 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We got to execute, if we're not successful early, and you go down by a little bit, it seems like we're going to pass the ball to try and come back, so we have to execute better so we can get them some more carries.
That is Joe Bitonio talking about Quinshon Judkins needing more carries. That was one of the things that was, I think I tweeted about it. I'm sure many of you tweeted about it. 52 passes attempted by Dillon Gabriel, who, all right, I know that this is not a silver lining, but credit where credit is due. There were some guys making business decisions on the Browns yesterday when the hits started piling up. David Njoku was not one of them. He got blasted a couple times. Respect to David Njoku. And another one was Dillon Gabriel, who got the ever-loving crap kicked out of him and impressed me. Today and today only, I am not calling him Timu Tua. That was that.
Oh, we'll see what happens in a couple hours.
No, the rest of the week I'm definitely doing it.
Yeah,
but today,
I think you did in the first segment, didn't you?
I said Timu. I said you got your quarterback off Timu, but I didn't do Timu Tua.
What other quarterback would that imply?
I don't know. Could have been any of them. We're bound to have 17 this year, but no Timu Tua today because that was really. If a guy can take that kind of booty kicking, my hat's off. Well done, sir.
I liked it. He looked like he legit threw a punch at one point.
Loved it.
That was kind of fun. I saw somebody earlier today. They were posting high school video of Dillon Gabriel, and it was him just throwing receivers and what is considered hospital balls.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a problem with him.
Yeah.
Big problem with him.
Man, could they play any more Dillon Gabriel versus Nick Herbig in Hawaiian high school football?
They did a lot. They played a lot into the Hawaiian side of this thing. Yes, they did.
And by the way, didn't hate it. It was interesting.
Didn't find out if his parents. I assume his parents. If his dad didn't have a passport for London, this should be the game that he then makes it because he can fly anywhere inside America. You think that this would have been the game he was there? I didn't see any crowd shots of his parents though.
You take the Steelers game and you go, you know what? We'll go to the next one.
The lack of support from his parents and his fiance in this, and I didn't check her TikTok. Maybe she was actually there yesterday.
It's true.
It's a little alarming if you're Dillon Gabriel.
Actually, I think it'd be
They're
more
just not interested.
If she was not there yesterday, that's more alarming.
All right, I'll check it in between the break.
I'm assuming she's not living in Hawaii. I'm assuming she's living here, and it's like you can't take one afternoon
apparently
off.
Sephora gives her just no days off. That's just part of the deal of a new job at Sephora.
Depends if you work in a Kohl's.
It's a 2-hour drive.
One way that this has been described by Browns fans, yesterday's loss. And again, the big overarching question is, was this the worst loss of the season or just the most recent? I understand the anger. I understand the vitriol. I think this was just the most recent, even though, man, it's really hard to get defended. It's really hard to defend getting blown out by Mike Tomlin because it just doesn't happen. Like it was a 5.5 point line, and you had more cracks in the red zone than they did. Not great, Bob, just being honest, but this has been described as a Kevin Stefanski loss. And not that fair matters because we're all adults here. I just don't know that's entirely fair.
So the way I look at it is this was the game. Last week was the game that everyone turned on Stefanski. This game didn't help Stefanski, obviously, but I think this is the game. I was too early. Last week I told you all the narratives were going to be he doesn't have the players. He doesn't have the weapons. He doesn't have the personnel in order to win. And that would be the riding excuse that the Stefanski supporters would be able to make for Kevin Stefanski. And it felt like after this game, that's when that narrative started to really take flight. That's where it really became eyes wide open that this is more than just a coaching problem that the Browns have. This is a talent problem, and it's an everything problem.
I feel like I can parry away, not a Stefanski supporter. As a matter of fact, if you remember, I was furious that they let somebody like my biggest problem with Kevin is I don't think he's a leader of men. I think he's a good schemer. I think he's a great human being. No matter what the guy I think caught one pass in the preseason for the Vikings 5 years ago said about him on social media, which was wild. Yeah. Jeff Badgett? I don't know. Never heard of him.
I want a bidet in my house.
But,
What's his nuggets?
Have a bidet, young man.
They're very cheap, and everyone that gets them loves them. I want one.
But a bidet?
Yeah.
Why?
Everyone that has one swears that everyone that uses toilet paper are basically cavemen.
Okay,
it's good. Like 5-star reviews from everyone that's had them. I've yet to meet a person that has bought a bidet, put one in their house, and said bad decision. Now maybe they're justifying the bidet. I'm not sure, but I've yet to meet that person.
I've never met somebody who has a bidet that's relatable. And I'm going to leave it right there.
They're like $30. It's like $30 on eBay. On Amazon.
It feels like a highfalutin thing to do.
It's an attachment now at this point. It's like $30 and just a quick attachment that you, anybody, myself, we can all just install easily. I'm surprised I haven't at this point. I think about it way too much.
I think I'm more in on Jeff Badgett or Jeff Bidet than I am actual bidets. But getting back to bidet, vanilla offense. I can parry away and be like, yeah, he's starting a third-round rookie behind a bad offensive line. And look at who his receivers are, right? Like the fact that they did look undisciplined, this, that, and the other. Well, they've looked undisciplined, this, that, and the other for 5.5 years, and nobody's cared until this point. As a matter of fact, the media, the greater media who's defended Kevin, has kind of, anytime you mention the penalties, it's like, well, you can't work on everything. But like today, the one thing so again, I've made my case that I'm not the biggest Kevin Stefanski defender. I don't put too much of that on him yesterday. I put a lot of what you saw yesterday on Andrew Barry, and I started making this point last week because I was hearing people go in on Kevin Stefanski, and I'm like, what about the clown who made that was too heavy-handed. I'll take that back right. No, because I'll be honest with you. Andrew's the progenitor of Deshaun Watson. Andrew made the biggest mistake in the world that every GM does, which is I didn't draft this guy in Baker Mayfield, so I don't feel beholden to him, and now I have a reason to move off him. And at the first moment he did for a guy that was had incredibly problematic accusations and lawsuits off the field, who then stunk it up on the field. And then beyond that, because he made that huge trade, they didn't have enough assets to go pour into the offensive line or the wide receiver room. And yes, he drafted
the draft picks. Yeah.
He drafted 4 nice football players this year. What about all the other things? What about Jed Wills? What about Greg Newsome? What about countless wide receivers that can't catch or get open? What about countless offensive linemen who can't block?
That's the problem. So here's where I want to look at this, though, because I want your viewpoint on this, because you've told everyone before the season that it was going to be a 3-win, 4-win season, right?
Hey, 3-win Wilson here, baby.
3-win Wilson's there. He's live. He's cooking. He's everything in between. But then, like, if the job of Stefanski was to basically make this a quick 1-year rebuild and basically pull off what you were describing the entire time, I can make an argument in the eyes of the person that matters in this discussion. In Haslam, he is doing his job in many respects. Like, if they're approaching this year as the poison pill year, then he didn't have to think about the offensive line. He didn't have to think about the wide receivers. He didn't have to think about any of these things. He just had to find a way to get 3 or 4 wins while building the team for next year and beyond.
Are you talking about Stefanski or Barry?
Talking about Barry.
Okay. I think the only thing is, again, that sounds like something I do think that Jimmy might think of, or that the Haslams and in general might think of.
See how easy it is to give him, in the eyes of the person that matters the most, not a Peterlin pass, but the idea of, you're doing this the way that we told you to.
If we focus just on this year and the plan for this year, yes, except for the fact they're not competitive. And I do think they're not competitive in part because you basically said, hey, Kevin, go back to the things that you had success with early in the year or early in your time here, and then didn't give him the pieces to have success with that.
I mean, this screams like the team that you were telling us we were going to have all offseason. And again, you said competitive 3-win team, but like more the idea that this screams like a team that is not in line to win anything. And for the people that were trying to push it to 8 or 9 games before the season got underway, they ignored all the rankings of where this wide receiver room was, where this offensive line was, where everything was with this roster. Andrew Barry could have done something to address that. I believe he didn't intentionally.
Well, and here's the thing. That's about, because I think people have pointed out you drafted 2 quarterbacks and 2 running backs and no offensive linemen this last year. Totally fair. Well, Luke Whippler, they drafted, has not done a thing yet. Nick Harris was another draft pick. Zach Zinter, Jed Wills. Of the offensive linemen they have drafted, they have not developed any of them, nor has any of them just stepped into a role.
Say the same thing with wide receivers.
So to me, I think that's where maybe I'm going after Barry today. It's like, it's not even necessarily like if Whippler or Zinter was ready, well, okay, you could make that move. If you had drafted a developmental tackle and developed them over the last 3 or 4 years when you had, I don't know, the best offensive line coach or second best in America in Bill Callahan, maybe we would have somebody that can step in when Jack Conklin has another ouchie boo-boo.
Yeah, well, so I think that would be, so the discussion we've had there with wide receivers is he took a million different third-round wide receivers year in, year out. I think does apply here, at least for offensive linemen taken after Callahan has been gone, and that is it a drafting problem or is it a development problem?
All I'm hearing now.
We don't know.
All I'm hearing from now are from people who know people that have bidets. And don't do that to me.
They all love them.
My boy Matt is telling me
every person that has one loves them.
That our buddy George has one. I'm not going too far into that because I'm not putting somebody on blast. It's not helping person.
You already said they're not relatable if they have a bidet. You already went there.
So the problem is
it's a $30 attachment on Amazon. It's available for everybody.
But why?
What do you mean, but why? Because I haven't met anybody that said they don't like that addition to their life.
How many people have you met with a bidet?
We're at like 10 to 15 maybe at this point.
It's not a bad sample size, all things considered.
I'm veering towards the idea that when you meet that many people that say anything for $30 can improve your life just a little bit, it's probably a good gamble. It's worth a try.
216-474-0092.
Can't be a bad bet. At worst, I just take the attachment off. I go back to caveman living.
Was that a Kevin Stefanski loss yesterday? Let's go with Rick in Menor. Was this the worst loss of the season or just the most recent one for the Browns?
Oh, no, this was absolutely the worst loss of the season. I mean, they should have gone in there and at least been competitive. You know, one of the things that I've noticed about Stefanski, first of all, let me get back to what you were saying about the linemen that were drafted. They're guards and centers. Our problem is with the tackle position. Mm-hmm. We have no tackles, and they're refusing to even attempt to move these guys over to the tackle position to see what they can do. Zinter would have probably been a first-round draft pick if it hadn't been for his injury. The other thing that I want to discuss is this is year 6 of the Stefanski and Andrew Miller regime.
Andrew Barry.
Right, Andrew Barry. But the reason that Baker Mayfield is gone is because Stefanski couldn't work with him. And it looks like he's going to be the league MVP this year.
Rick, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Hang in there.
I'm picturing Andrew Miller making decisions. He comes in and just throws a fastball at the table. So this is what we're doing now.
It will work. I think Andrew Miller might have been able to find and develop a left tackle or a right tackle in 6.5 years.
Mark McGuire in that Simpsons scene. Like, you want to talk about this? Or do you want to see me hit dingers?
Here's where I struggle with. I don't want to do the revisionist history thing because, again, we all take the L on the whole Baker stuff. Now, that being said, Andrew Barry was the guy that came up with the decision. And then I think the reporting is fair to say that Kevin got on board, and I do think Kevin has escaped a lot of blame for that. It's Andrew Barry's decision. Andrew Barry wanted gone with Baker, didn't want to pay Baker. I do think the personality stuff mattered.
At this point, seeing the lack of decisions that Stefanski gets to make anyway, he was probably along for the ride.
216-474-0092.
Some coaches get to say, matters in the personnel and everything like that. Stefanski's not really one of those coaches.
I think he has more of a say than we realize, but it's just when the two biggest decisions come from the GM and it's Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson, what other decisions really matter?
Once they took away Alex Van Pelt, and it was obvious that Stefanski loved Van Pelt, wanted Van Pelt here, and it just didn't even matter to the guys in the front office about that. It's like, all right, Stefanski's really not making much of a call here.
Was that a Kevin Stefanski loss yesterday, and Mike Tomlin was all too truthful about the Browns? That and you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 5.
vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered.
Hey, ho, ho, Kevin Stefanski has got to go. Hey, ho, ho, Kevin Stefanski has got to go.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The defenses of bidets, and not just that, the attacks on bidets. I mean, I have heard it always about bidets since we started talking bidets halfway through that segment. And I'm taking in the feedback. I can be better. I will be better. All right. We can host better. We can produce better. We can board up better. We can 2020 better. I'm taking it under advisement.
You were very quick to judge bidets. I like that the onslaught of support for bidets they got you coming over.
I think it's an onslaught of just bidet information.
Well, so that's
it's bad and good.
Oh, there's bad coming in.
Our guy Chip saying no go on bidets. I've had multiple people tweet the show. That's the one.
I've never gotten a bad one.
A bad bidet?
I've never heard anyone say it's bad.
Okay. The people saying it takes a while to get used to as well.
That I have heard. I have heard that. It's like for the first couple days, you just gotta kind of go with it and just understand that that's what's happening.
I don't like that there's an adaptation period here. So while we're talking about whether yesterday was a Stefanski loss, which I echo the idea that the offense is vanilla. I also wonder if there are very valid reasons why the offense is as plain can be, even if at some point you're hoping for growth and just something. Give me something that says, 6 games into the season, you've made progress offensively. I also continue to go back to how could you scheme up when this is your offensive line?
That's the hard part.
The whole thing was built on the offensive line going back to who they were when Callahan was here. And even if it wasn't top 10, give me top 15. Well, they're bottom 3. It's as bad as you can possibly be, from penalties to silly mistakes to just not blocking guys. Like, I don't know how much I can put on anybody when that's your offensive line.
If I never saw KT Levinson play again, I'd be a pretty happy person. 4 different left tackles in 6 games, 6 different starting offensive line combinations through 6 games. It's been a disaster. And by the way, I don't know why anyone thought you could rely on Jack Conklin before the season got underway. Can we just all collectively say you can't rely on Jack Conklin?
Man, that was not a good day for Jack Conklin in the group chat, by the way. Just many of the chats were out on Conklin when he left that game. And
he's just unreliable. He has been for every year he's been with the Browns. He's been that guy, and for some reason they refuse to acknowledge it.
He was also bad yesterday. That was KT Leviston is one of the worst we're talking Desmond Harrison bad. And that said, Jack was not that much better than him yesterday. It was a really rough day. Mm-hmm. Whether that's owed to him playing through injury or whatever, it just wasn't very good on any level. Now, that said, it's very rare that you hear an opposing head coach come out and have a criticism of a division opponent, of a team in their conference, just another GM at all. Well, Mike Tomlin today getting ready for his next up and kind of cycling through what happened this weekend, kind of criticize and try to wrap his head around the Browns trading Joe Flacco in the division.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Barry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
I really wish that I could just mother bleep Tomlin and be like, stay in your lane. No, he's right. He's right. And listen, I don't want to do the reactionary thing of Joe Flacco was passable in Cincinnati yesterday, and they made it sort of a game in Green Bay. I don't want to do that because you and I both said, hey, there's a chance that guy goes to Cincinnati and is a better quarterback because the context is better, even if the O-line isn't better. At the same point, yeah, this is another bit of criticism that is deserved at Andrew Barry and not Kevin Stefanski. We said last week how hard of a job Kevin Stefanski had coming off the London game, but also, hey, one of your team leaders Joe Flacco just got traded to the division within the damn week as well.
All right, so I have a lot of thoughts based off of this, I just want to see where you take it. First one being the idea that maybe he's just mad that there was an inter-division trade, and he's like, I got to be better than the Bengals whenever Joe Burrow gets healthy, and this makes my life harder, and that's why he's pointing it out. The other thing is the idea that he's just helping out Kevin Stefanski because it's almost like a band of brothers coaching fraternity type thing. And the only flaw I'd have in that is that if you really believe Stefanski was a good coach, you wouldn't go to bat for Kevin Stefanski. You would want him gone. You would want him out of the division. So it's a fun sentiment to be like, oh, I'm helping him out because that's what coaches do. Because of course I'm going to make fun of Andrew Barry, the GM, and I'm going to try to save Kevin Stefanski's bacon. Hey, you want to save Kevin Stefanski's bacon because Mike Tomlin has never lost to Kevin Stefanski in Pittsburgh in the regular season. Like you want to save Kevin Stefanski's bacon because he's 4-19 over his previous 23 games. That's why you might want to save Kevin Stefanski's bacon.
Can I also say maybe it's Mike Tomlin hating analytics as much as he hates anything? Because Mike Tomlin does not seem like a guy that's like, hey, could you give me a dot for this
is
week?
Even the Andrew Barry side of things, though. Shouldn't he be like, as long as Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski are in Berea and are running the show along with Dee Podesta and everyone else, Tomlin's life is going to be on easy street, is it not?
No, I don't think Tomlin is concerned on any point on anything the Browns do or the Bengals do for that matter.
But if the
Bengals, if the Ravens did, I think it'd be different.
But I think you got to worry about the Bengals because if Joe Burrow gets back and if Joe Flacco actually is able to, I don't know, just win 50% of the games and have you down the stretch. I mean, there's going to be a time where the Steelers faceplant, and this division might be 8-9 wins in order to win this thing. Joe Burrow, if Joe Flacco can do his part, they'll be competitive down the stretch there.
I mean, if I'm Mike Tomlin, I've won 188 games in damn near 20 years in the job. I've won a Super Bowl. I'm consistently 500 or better. At this point, I think he's just shooting from the hip. I don't think there's any machinations behind it. I think he's just like, yeah, if the team had done that, I might have quit. I think he might honestly just be. I think he might just be looking at Kevin Stefanski and be like, man, bub, you got it bad. You're being like the call is coming from within the house.
There's just sympathy there, and that might be the truth. You know, when you're in a job long enough and you have enough power the way that he has, and he's comfortable enough within his skin, maybe you can get away with saying something like that. But I did think it was interesting. The immediate, it's a coach taken out for coach type mentality. It's like, well, maybe he's just not threatened by Kevin Stefanski at all. And so he's like, all right, I'll stick up for Stefanski here.
Now, here's where...
Maybe Stefanski will be my offensive coordinator a year from now.
I don't think that was a Kevin Stefanski loss per se. I think that was an organizational loss. I think that loss had been 5+ years in the making, and a lot of it has to do with the crappy decision-making of Andrew Barry. You just can't run from it. And the hell of it is, I think Andrew will survive this. I don't think Kevin will, because that's how the NFL works. And so I think we also have to figure out was Barry advised to make this year the poison pill year and to basically enter it with all the known problems that we already knew going into it. Why would you even have to do that? You can just be like, hey, Andrew, go build that great roster that we think you're going to build. You got it, buddy. And then just watch him build one of the rosters that he's built that hadn't worked out well.
Yeah, I guess so. But I looked at like when Ben Johnson went from the Lions to the Bears, and instantly he looked at the defense and offensive lines and said, okay, I'm going to spend a lot of money there. And he did. He bought 5 different pieces between the defensive and offensive line and immediately turned that thing around in many respects for at least those positions. Like he knew. We weren't breaking news to Andrew Barry that when you made no offseason additions when it came to the offensive line and minimal additions when it came to the wide receiver, that this was going to go this way. He knew. 216-474-0092 was yesterday Kevin Stefanski loss. Let's go with James in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
man. Oh man, I'm just every Monday we got to do better. We got to coach better. He's not doing any better. He has to go. Jim Schwartz has to be the interim head coach, and I don't know. It's sad watching these guys every Sunday not being able to score points.
Yeah, I think to your point there, James, and this gets back to kind of the initial idea of we didn't know they were going to be this bad. Meaning, and thank you for the call, we knew you were going to be 1-5, but we had hoped you would at least be watchable, right? Like that was the bar. Competitive, watchable, whatever you want to say. But like, here's the problem with the Jim Schwartz stuff. If you make Jim Schwartz the interim coach and then you don't make him the full-time head coach, you're going to lose him. I think one of the most important things to come out of this
Greg
season,
Williams all over again.
I think one of the most important things you have to have coming out of this season is Jim Schwartz as your defensive coordinator long term. And if in the future somebody hires him a head coach, well, that's a different thing. But I'll be honest with you, I think we're past an interim head coach. I don't think there's a point. I think if they're going to save the season, I think Stefanski, and I can't believe this, I think he deserves the right to be the guy to try and lead that turnaround. I don't think it's going to happen, and you know where that's going to go. But I think given the groceries he was given with to cook, he at least deserves that ability, especially against Miami and then New England. I think it's, I can't remember who the third game, maybe that's the Ravens again after that.
It's the Ravens. Yeah, I think it's going to look like, because we know Haslam wants to play both Dillon and Shador. If Dillon just struggles, if he struggles and Stefanski refuses to take him out, that's where maybe I could see the change. If not, then I agree with you, he gets the whole way.
216-474-0092. Was yesterday's loss to the Steelers a Kevin Stefanski loss? I don't think so. Not entirely, but I will tell you what is on Kevin Stefanski and Myles Garrett looking like the most regretful $40 million man in the country in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
day after this game than I did the last game. Every day is exactly the same. And I asked you last week, we may have died years ago and are in hell and we don't even know it because we're talking about the same thing every day. And we're looking for the same people every day. And they ain't walking through the door every day. It doesn't change. The same sentences come out of my mouth every morning.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive talking about the Browns' latest shellacking, how enjoyable that was. Nice way to spend a 3-hour stretch on Sunday. We got Daryl Ryder coming up in 20 minutes. Quick hits on Mondays, or at least on NFL Mondays, is going to be at 3:40. So we got that coming up as well. Now, I don't think yesterday was a Kevin Stefanski loss per se. I'll also say so much of why you and I have talked about Andrew Barry today is just it seems like Kevin is taking the brunt of this loss, and that feels disproportionate to why the Browns are where they are over the last, carry the 22, 23, 24 games?
Yeah, it's funny because it feels like it's a spread the blame around week. Yeah. And it feels like, so if last week was on Kevin, this week is more on everyone just saying, you got to blow the whole thing up.
Yeah.
Let's go Oppenheimer on it, just full nuclear. And it kind of feels like the mentality now. And I can't argue with any fan that wants that, by the way. I have no defense of this group. I have no defense of DePodesta and Barry and Stefanski and the trio, and then mixed even with Haslam. I got nothing. That you've left me with no arrow in my quiver.
At least with Kevin. And again, I'm the guy that would have fired him last December for Vrabel. So I am in no way am turning into a Kevin Stefanski apologist. But at least with Kevin, I know if I give him a quality roster, he can win. He might not be able to win everything, but he can at least be competitive. Andrew Barry's the guy that took this from Nick Chubb to Baker Mayfield, Myles Garrett to so on and so forth, to Myles Garrett being the last man standing, right? And I think all that said, here's where Kevin did factor in the loss yesterday. There's one thing to be vanilla, which is bad enough. There's another to have a rookie quarterback who doesn't have a strong arm, who is behind a bad offensive line, who is not the biggest guy in the world, to drop back and throw 52 times. And Quinshon Judkins had 12 carries yesterday. And by the way, we can say that the Browns didn't run the ball well, and you'd be 100% right in saying that. They also had a better yard per carry on their limited carries than the Steelers did on their bountiful carries. But this comes back to this. You built this whole offense around one player and one position, really. It's a running back. It's Quinshon Judkins. Yeah. He's the only thing that goes. And when you get into a game where it was a 1 to 2 possession, maybe I think it was a 10-point game going into the fourth quarter, when you have a game that is that close, you cannot bail and put it on the pass game that early. And it is fair to say, well, you didn't have any success running. Yes, but you don't give up on that. In that kind of game, you keep running and understand Dylan Gabriel might have to mitigate or might have to work around some 3rd and 6s.
I mean, he tried early. Browns ran 15 plays for 35 yards over the first 3 drives. He tried early, and I think what happened, I'll give Coach Riz some credit. In the pregame, where me and Coach were discussing how this was all going to look, he was like, it's pretty simple. This is the time they're going to dare Dylan Gabriel to beat them with his arm. Like, they're going to stack the box, everything predictable that you would think, but they're going to make Dylan beat him with his arm. And the run game's going to really struggle because of it. And the run game did really struggle because of that. And I think once Dylan wasn't able to beat him through any amount of distance through the air, I almost wonder if Stefanski just waved the white flag on that because he knew he was setting Quinshon up to fail. I'm not making an excuse for him here. It's just what the game dictated in many ways was not favorable to having Quinshon go out there and try to carry everything.
Yes. But at some point, you have to put him on the table and say, this is who we are. And to go away 3 series in when the game is close. And by the way, let's be real clear here. The Steelers weren't necessarily the best offense we've ever seen. While the Steelers had some success offensively, your defense was keeping you in a position to win.
It was a 9-3 game at the half. You were right there. And so, all things considered, it felt like 90-3, but you were right there.
And so, that's where I struggle with. I think Kevin going away from the run game and doing exactly what the Steelers wanted him to do, which is let's see if Dillon can beat you.
That's the problem. Is he fell right into the Steelers' trap.
And I think that put Dillon in a bad situation. I think it put the offense, who's already behind the 8 ball and then some, I think it put them in a bad situation. Bailing on the run when you're down 2 scores in the fourth quarter, understandable. Bailing on the run in the early second quarter when you're down, I think at that point you were down maybe a field goal. That's like, and by the way, that's a cliche that has become young, and I don't want to say young because I know Kevin's a grown man, he's like 46, but that is a cliche of younger head coaches in the NFL. Younger offensive-minded head coaches. The second you take away the run, they're like, cool, I get to throw it. And it's honestly, it's what separates McVay and Shanahan and Kevin O'Connell and guys like Kevin Stefanski and Mike McDaniel.
Well, you'd get excited if you had a quarterback that last week wasn't 3 of 10 on passes that traveled at least 10 air yards. You know, you'd get excited if you had a quarterback that could actually hit that. I think it's funny, as much as we talked about Tomlin almost defending Stefanski earlier today, the broadcast at one point had mentioned the story where they said that Tomlin had mentioned, how did he word it? I'm trying to think of it. The Browns chew with their mouths closed. That's how he said it. The Browns chew with their mouths closed. And how they interpreted that, the Tomlinism, was that basically they're scared to do anything. And they're not going to be attacking in any sort of way. So like Tomlin told the broadcasters what were going to happen before the game and then watched it play out to a T. Like that's some predictable offense in a way that Stefanski's got to go back to the drawing board and figure out how that went down and really how to adjust.
216-474-0092. How much of yesterday was on Kevin Stefanski? We do have to get to an impatient Myles Garrett. But let's go with Tony in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, how you doing? You say that Kevin is a fraud at it. He truly is. But one thing, and let me say this, I got to be a better fan, okay? But anyway, Judkins is the best offensive player that we have on the team. So why don't they give him to the ball at least twice in a row? They never do that. They give it to him, then 3 plays later and give it to him
They did
again.
on the final drive in Minnesota. He went back-to-back, and then the 3rd and 11 they threw. But they gave it to Judkins back-to-back carries there. Like the most important part of the game.
Yeah, but he didn't do it in Pittsburgh. That was yesterday's game. You see what I'm saying? They had
You said never do it. He did it last week in the most important part of the game.
Yeah, and Judkins, the quarterback, he almost had 6 interceptions, but he still want to throw the ball. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what Kevin do.
We agree. Tony, we appreciate you. Thank you so much there. Let's go.
I don't think we agree. I think that was the point.
Well, you were being a literal Louie. He did it.
Well, but it was true, was it not?
Oh, it was. I was agreeing with the last thing that he said, which is Kevin throwing 52 times is something that Kevin does. That is, this is how the Browns are going to win. Quinshon's going to carry the ball 20 times a game. You're probably going to get another 5 to 10 carries from your other running backs. And then Dillon's going to throw 25 to 30 attempts with 3 to 5 decent throws down the field. Like that's, if you could draw it up in a lab, that's how you do it. Right there. That ratio of 30 rushes, 35 rushes, maybe 40 rushes to 25 to 30 attempts. Like, I know that it is very easy to move on from Dillon today for a lot of obvious reasons. I didn't believe in the guy when you drafted him. I thought it was a bad decision then. You were in the same boat. But in the interest of logic, I can't grade Dillon Gabriel off that game yesterday.
No, yesterday was not his fault in many ways. Now, was he great? No, but it wasn't his fault in many ways. Not only with the offensive line being as bad as it was, the drops you have with the receivers, it's a masterclass of suck around him right now, and that's just unfortunate for him.
I know we've already talked about Isaiah Bond getting donked in the helmet.
Yeah.
I laughed so hard on I can't remember who actually got credit for the sack because it was like 3 Steelers.
Oh yeah, and JJ Watt's like, and Einigo is like, do they do third sacks?
There, yeah.
And JJ Watt did not want to joke with that at all. But if the half sack was his principle,
he was definitely offended by that. But the sack actually went to the Browns, and I couldn't tell if it was Conklin or Teller or Posick. But basically, Dillon felt a body wrap around him, and it was his own offensive lineman. And it looked like Big Spoon, Little Spoon,
yeah.
And I chortled.
I
burst out laughing.
He's very used to Big Spoon, Little Spoon.
That's true, but he's always the little spoon.
Exactly the point.
He's a tiny little guy.
He got hit 16 times yesterday.
Is that bad?
That's not good.
Okay.
It's not good.
So would you say in the future they should do that less?
I did think it was funny, by the way, all my Shedeur Sanders people moved the conversation to we want to see Shedeur play to immediately. Well, maybe it's all right that he hangs out for a little bit longer.
Yeah, let the offense develop. You know what I mean?
After watching that offensive line of the receivers, maybe he just maybe we don't need to rush Shedeur Sanders into this because it doesn't seem like Peyton Manning in his prime could win with his offensive line and wide receivers.
Also, we abandoned the moving Dylan around thing. We're just done with that after 1 week. We're not gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna.
I don't know.
I remember one of the things that they touted when they went with him was he's more mobile, so you can get him out on boots and just little creative plays to keep the heat off.
All the RPOs and everything that they put in there. But it's part of the reason why they were worried about Shedeur as a backup is because it wouldn't translate the same way. And then it looked like Dylan
didn't translate for Dylan.
It looked like he had his feet stuck in quicksand. I don't know what that was.
Let's go with Cool Ray in Bedford. Cool Ray, what you got, bud?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing today?
Hey, we're doing all right. What you got?
Yo, so I put this soul loss on Stefanski, and it's because the narrative that Dylan's a better quarterback, and his arm strength, his speed showed. We know how bad the offensive line has been, but at the end of the day, we're looking at individual abilities. But moving forward, I think that every loss now has to be put on the owner. Because you have the ability to make coaching changes, you have the ability to make personnel changes, and you're not. Because this team, listen to your fan base. Some of us have been fans since Red Right 88, and we're telling you now that this is the first time in our life that we felt bored watching this team. Like we weren't even competitive. Like, this is supposed to be a rivalry. We hate this team. And we watch a coach just quit. We watch a team quit. And I know we don't want to assume that, and I know you guys in the media won't say that, but all Browns fans watch this team quit. We watch a coach put a quarterback on the field that shouldn't be on the field and just kill him out there like that yesterday. This team is not that bad. This team is quitting on this coach.
Correct.
It has to be said.
Correct. They're 1-5. They've been blown out 3 times. They are that bad.
But they're not bad because but we're watching this team. These are NFL players, and we understand if another coach.
Every team is NFL players. They're cool, Ray. That doesn't mean all of them are good NFL players.
But look at the game plan, like just thinking and dunking and thinking and dunking. They're unwatchable. Now, this is a game plan. And everybody's acting like this is the way to win. It is not. Even Chicago is barely watchable, but the Browns are even below Chicago watchable. The Giants has always been unwatchable, but people are watching the Giants more than we're watching the Browns.
All right, cool, Ray. We appreciate you, buddy. We are up against it. Here's the problem. This is what you signed up for. When we talked about going back to the Stefanski offense, when we talked about the wide zone run blocking scheme, this is what they were signing up to do. Maybe not this vanilla, but in fairness, I think the first 4 games with Flacco were getting the offense ready for Dylan Gabriel, and then by the time the offense was ready for Dylan Gabriel, they don't have an offensive line that can block for the quarterback. So I just think, like, I get it. We want the pound of flesh. We want Kevin's got to be the fall guy. Guys, nothing's going to get better. It's not a good team. The offensive line is not good, and that's because of the talent they have. It's not scheme. It's not this. Could they be a little bit more watchable? Yeah, but they got a pint-sized quarterback who's not a guy that throws beyond the sticks. Like, this is what everybody asked for when we benched Joe Flacco 2 weeks ago. I don't know we should be that surprised at how bad it looks because this was always the downside of making that move.
No, this was always on the table. Like, this was something that could happen to the Browns, and now it's happened. And I do think people are surprised at the degree that it's happened within the offensive line, and then also even with the receivers, but it was always on the table. We've seen this before. This is not the first time we've seen the offensive line just go through injury after injury and replacement after replacement. We've seen this.
Now, finally, I'm hearing more people say that Kevin Stefanski's just a A-plus version of Pat Shurmur, which is something I've said for a while now. That does feel like it rings a little bit more true after yesterday. We'll ask Daryl Ryder how much of yesterday was on Kevin Stefanski in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
for home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. 21 and over. Please drink responsibly.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, talking about the latest Browns beatdown, 1-5. Dolphins are coming to town. Is it too early for me to tell everybody how winnable this game is on Sunday if the Browns just don't, beat themselves again?
It's a very winnable game, guys.
It's incredibly although, I also can say, they damn near beat the Chargers.
Well, it was a 2-point game against the Chargers. I thought about that as well. Because in the oddly enough, the Dolphins were winning a decent part of that game. And in the pregame, I'd made the point to Coach Riz how there's only one team in the NFL right now that had truly given up, and I'm like, it's the Dolphins. Like, the Dolphins have clearly given up. They're out to lunch. They don't care anymore. And then they were fighting hard against the fighting Jim Harbaughs.
Yeah, because then you have the Dolphins. Let's say they start trying hard and actually trying to win. Then you've got the Patriots after that, who are 4-2 for the first time, I think, in 5 years.
Yeah, the Patriots game kind of turns around a little bit. When I talked about how this gets easier, the Patriots game at that point was still a relatively easy game, and now Drake May has figured it out. Josh McDaniels, welcome to the show once again.
Somebody should hire that guy as a head coach. JK, LOL, don't do it.
Hey, so many people wanted Josh McDaniels.
Hey.
I'm just thinking about
maybe he really learned from his being a jerk.
I don't know why I was on the air, because I think it was a Saturday, but I was on the air when they announced Stefanski was named the head coach. And the amount of people that called in with what a dumb decision that was and how everyone just was convinced it was going to be McDaniels will stay with me forever.
Don't worry. You got the Jets on the road coming off the bye. A win's coming around the corner eventually.
They might have completely quit.
Yeah, that was minus 10 passing yards?
Yeah, minus 10 total. He threw for 45 as far as the box score is concerned for his own personal. That was about as bad as it gets for Justin Fields and them.
Now, the Browns are 1-5. They got their butts kicked in Pittsburgh. To talk about the many, many, many ways the Browns have disappointed us, we head out and welcome in Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, how you doing?
I'm just trying to be better, guys.
Hey, you know what? If you just say that, it's like if you tap your chest and say, my bad, in radio, I can't yell at you. Because you've said you're bad. Same thing with Kevin Stefanski. If you're just trying to be better, well, who the hell am I to judge anyone?
Right. That's where my focus is this week, Nick, is I'm just trying to be better.
Was that the worst loss of the Browns season yesterday, or is it just the most recent loss?
Just the most recent. I'm sure there are plenty more worse losses to come.
I meant of the losses they've already had.
The ones we've already seen.
Oh, okay.
We know what week 18 is going to be, okay, here?
Well, I would say as far as just the overall, it was a pretty pathetic performance, especially on the offensive side of the things. They have nothing going on that side of the ball right now. Dylan Gabriel's not the answer. I think we know that. And, Shedeur Sanders isn't going to save this thing. I don't think Kevin Stefanski's going to save this thing. I don't know who can save this thing, but right now it really feels unsalvageable. And I feel like I'm Crash Davis walking by Nuke LaLoosh in the locker room, looking at him saying, this is hopeless. Utterly bleeping hopeless.
Fun thing about that is it turned around for Crash Davis.
Yeah. Well, and Nuke LaLoosh, too, right?
They were just wrong. They were wrong in their assessments. Yeah. Maybe the Browns could just be wrong in their assessments.
Well, the Browns usually are wrong in their assessments. It seems to be
it'll turn in our favor.
Problem.
I was thinking you were more Bob Uecker when the Indians would go in the tank in the movie right before he passed out and said, "It's your stick there, Monty." That more felt like where your rant was going.
Yet, no, as good as that was, and as good of a poll that is by you, Nick, no, I'm in the hopeless category right now. I don't see any hope here offensively. Outside of Quinshon Judkins, I see nothing that I consider to be redeemable with this offense, which is a shame because there is talent on that side of the ball. I just don't know what the hell they're trying to do with it.
Daryl, with the lack of an offensive line and the fact that the receivers continue to have drops and really they get no separation and it's just not going very well,
right?
Has it become hard to actually judge quarterbacks with this team?
Yeah. and they can't judge them themselves. But it certainly makes it harder for folks like me to judge them, no question about it, Jonathan. I mean, look, the two things that they kept telling us about Dillon Gabriel, outside of the football acumen, the smarts, right? Although I would argue, I don't know that he's doing a great bang-up job right now reading defenses, but that's just me. Was his mobility and his accuracy, and neither one of those were on display Sunday in Pittsburgh. And I don't want to bury a guy after 2 starts. I mean, Troy Aikman started his career 1-15 with the Dallas Cowboys, went on to win 3 Super Bowls and become a Hall of Famer. But I don't think Dillon Gabriel's it. I never thought Dillon Gabriel was it from the moment they made the pick. I have seen nothing to convince me otherwise. But in fairness to him, another quarterback change doesn't solve anything. I don't know that a coaching change right now solves anything either. This is the bed that the Browns made for themselves, especially from an offensive standpoint. I mean, you got Mike Tomlin firing shots across the bow today at him for trading Joe Flacco. This is pretty bad, guys. 4 and I've lost count. What is it? 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. I've 19. Lost count. 4 and 19 since the start of last season. This is getting pretty bad and pretty dire right now from a win-loss perspective, and there's no reason for it to be this bad. This is not they just burnt the house down to the studs like they did in 2015, 16, and 17. This is not an expansion roster like 1999, 2000, 2001. This should not be this bad, and it's bordering indefensible for me right now when I look at the product Kevin Stefanski is putting on the field when it comes to this offense.
So, with that being said, how much of yesterday's loss is on Stefanski himself?
I think a lot of it's on him. And look, the we got to be better stuff just doesn't fly anymore.
But they have to be better, Daryl.
I understand that, but you've been saying that now forever.
It's been right for a long time, too.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's been accurate.
Correct.
Right.
He's not been wrong.
It's been accurate, but I'm not seeing any improvement. I'm not seeing where we're being better, we're getting to be better is coming into play here. I argue in some respects it's getting worse. They're actually averaging fewer points this year than they did last year. Last year was pretty bad. So I honestly don't know where they go from here, but I certainly am not willing to say that this was rock bottom because, I think this could get much, much worse.
What do you make of Mike Tomlin using Andrew Berry's name? He typically doesn't put anyone's name on things like this. He used his name intentionally there, Daryl.
There's part of me that feels like, the NFL coaching circles, it's a fraternity. It's a brotherhood. And I almost wonder if Mike Tomlin's trying to do Kevin Stefanski a solid there, saying that, what's going on in Cleveland right now really is not Kevin Stefanski's fault. It's the guy buying the groceries. It's Andrew Berry's fault. And I can't believe that Andrew Berry went ahead and traded their week 1 starter. Now, in defense of Andrew Berry, I got to defend him to be fair here. The Browns did trade Charlie Fry to Seattle a day after he absolutely got annihilated in the season opener. That has happened. So this whole trading Joe Flacco because he was the week 1 starter, that's not a low for the Browns. They have gone the day after their season opener and traded their starter before. So, but I do kind of feel like that was Mike Tomlin's coded way of maybe taking up for Kevin Stefanski.
Daryl, is it too early for the fire Stefanski talk?
Yeah, I would say yes, only from this standpoint, Nick. What does firing Kevin actually accomplish other than giving fans a pound of flesh to chew on the rest of the season? Is this a situation, let me ask you the question, do you feel like this is a situation when they fired Hugh Jackson, turned it over to Greg Williams, and I think they went 5-3 down the stretch to finish off that season? Do you see that type of turnaround coming if they fire Kevin Stefanski? And I guess the only person that I'd turn this thing over to would be defensive coordinator because he's got head coaching experience, Jim Schwartz. I certainly wouldn't turn it over to Bubba Ventrone. Bubba Ventrone can't even deal with his own special teams unit, let alone the entire team. So I think you turn it over to Schwartz if you fired Stefanski. But is that the type of return that you'd be expecting if they did fire him?
Oh, no. It would just be about the pound of flesh thing. And by the way, I don't think they should. I don't think they should. Because I don't think it's all Kevin's fault, and I think Kevin's trying to make the best out of it
now. Yeah, I don't think it solves anything right now, Nick. That's I guess the issue I have with that talk is it solves nothing. And right now I'm more interested in things that are solutions that it can at least get us to January with some semblance of our sanity. Because right now, if this continues the way on the path that it is right now, it's going to be a long November, December, and early January.
Daryl, the Andrew Barry discourse is what I find really fascinating, mainly because of this. If you went into this season believing that this was their poison pill year and they were just not going to be very good, then...
Which, by the way, I did, and the fact that they're 1-5 is not a surprise to me. So I guess I can't be a hypocrite and be upset at them for being 1-5 when that's, what I expected them to be. I just didn't think it was going to be this ugly on offense. I thought it'd be a little more competitive 1-5.
And I think that's where that falls on Stefanski in many ways, the lack of competitive nature, everything associated with that. But when it comes to Andrew Barry... how do we sit there and say he was doing his job, essentially? He was trying to build a roster that would get you 3 or 4 wins so that they can go for 2026. He saw the lines and the glaring holes that were there for the offensive line and for the wide receivers. It's not as if he didn't see these. He chose to ignore them. So how do I look at this season as some sort of big referendum on Andrew Barry when, in fact, I feel like he's just playing out the cards that DePodesta and Haslam want him to play out?
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why it's like... in some respects, I feel for Kevin Stefanski, even though I do hold him responsible. But at the same time, I kind of feel for him because this is the hand he has been dealt. I will not sit here, though, and say he's doing the best with what he has to work with. Because
I was speaking Andrew Barry exclusively here.
No, I understand that, but it's Andrew Barry adjacent in that, Andrew bought the groceries and Kevin has to, put it all together.
Right, but I feel like after that game, a lot of under fire talk has been about the idea that the groceries that Andrew Barry bought were bad groceries, and it's like I think he intended to buy bad groceries.
Yeah, okay, and what's going to save his job, I think, is the fact that this draft class is doing as well as it is. Otherwise, if they weren't playing well, if the kids weren't playing well individually, maybe not so much collectively as a team, but the kids weren't playing well individually, then I think that there would absolutely be rightful conversation about replacing Andrew Barry. But I think this draft class buys him another year, and I'll be honest with you, they're shopping for quarterbacks, and I don't know that Andrew Barry is the guy I want shopping for the quarterback, because I've seen what he's done in the quarterback room the last 6 years, and frankly, I'm not impressed. And that is the most important position, and this franchise can't get it right. And I don't trust that Andrew Barry is going to get that right, and that is going to be his number one job in 2026.
Daryl, great stuff. Congrats on shellacking Mac in the Fantasy Football League. I guarantee you he is pissed.
Never a doubt on this end.
Never. We were all like, Mac, good luck with that. Daryl, good stuff, buddy.
You bet. I've revoked his trash-talking privileges, too. He needs to shut his trap for a few weeks until he wins some games.
Neither of you are good at talking trash, in fairness. Daryl Ryder brought to you.
But I win!
You did. You won, so you got the last laugh. Daryl, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Andrew Barry has a chance to do the funniest thing. That leads off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered.
This is probably the worst offense that I've ever seen in my entire life.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive on a Browns, hey, at least you showed up Monday. Here we got Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, coming up in just about 60 minutes here. We'll talk about the ineffectual offense. We'll talk about Dillon Gabriel's second start, what he liked, what he didn't, and so much more. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin was not a fan of the Joe Flacco to Cincinnati deal.
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Barry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
So, Adam Schefter is reporting Pittsburgh is looking for wide receiver help. Would you see the humor in a Jerry Jeudy to Yinstown trade?
Well, I guess that now if it's all on the table, right? Like we just make AFC North deals left and right. That's all this is. And another way, maybe it might be Andrew Barry's way of being like, hey, please don't talk about me that way in the media.
Oh, I was thinking it would just be Andrew Barry's way of making Mike Tomlin look like a hypocrite.
That's fun.
If Mike Tomlin made those comments and then on Tuesday he traded like a 4th-round pick to Cleveland for Jerry Jeudy, you look kind of like a clown on top of Andrew Barry already kind of having some clownish tendencies.
That would be Larry David coffee spite store levels.
Yes.
That's on another. Also, it would signal that Andrew Barry is just ready to be, he's done with his job.
Yeah.
Like if he's doing things for spite that way, that's just, you're
maybe
just gone.
like each week until the trade deadline, he trades with a different like division rival. Like
It's
maybe,
like, hey, we did it all with each one of them.
yeah,
It's okay.
No, we were spreading the love. That's what we were doing. I still can't get over Mike Tomlin using the phrase, maybe Andrew Barry is smarter than we all are. That's really funny. I know it's not the day to like ha-ha about that sort of thing. Ha-ha at that sort of thing.
If you're in the Browns, and I guess it matters how high up you are, at any point do you mention this to Andrew? I mean, he's seen the clip a million times, I'm sure, but do they make jokes about it? Do they just, or is it one of those things just no one pretends it even happened?
Well, they do tend to act like they think they're smarter than us. So do I think that there's maybe an arrogant response to that going on in Berea? Yes, I probably do. Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Omaha!
I hope through the back channels he does something. We'll never find out
Like
about
petty?
it, but I hope through the back channels something happens. There's some sort of Andrew Barry response there. Drew Aller, your guy, out for the season. Now you have him in the quarterback board or no? I don't remember. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. You do.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Yeah, so what does that mean for are we going to have a change in the quarterback Deadpool or no?
I don't know, because I don't think he can apply for another year of eligibility, although he absolutely should.
He's used all 4. I was wondering about a grad transfer, though.
Well, that might actually make some sense, because you can apply for, depends on how much of the season you play.
Yes, there are definitely injury hardship ones. And by the way, the NCAA is very, hey, does it feel like you could bring us money? Then okay, fine, we'll grant that. So he would get what he wanted in this.
You know who's going to need a quarterback in about a year's time?
Who's that?
QB1 Central, Miami. Think about it. They're going to put Carson Beck in as probably a first rounder after this year. They had Cam Ward be the number 1 pick last year. Let's get Drew Aller to Miami. Right, get a little tan on you. Actually play in an offense that that's quarterback friendly. Come on, let's do it.
I mean, if you're Drew Aller, you have to find a way to play somewhere next year.
Yes,
because as of right now, you're day 3 at best.
I think at best is the right word. Yeah,
at best, yeah. That's unfortunate.
Thanks,
by the way,
Franklin.
I did like this little nugget out of this. Sources at Penn State had been told that this was all driven by Adidas. So Nike's their sponsorship right now, but next year kicks in with a 10-year deal with Adidas. And so they say that Adidas is covering all of the expenses within the James Franklin firing.
I saw that. Did you see Adidas fired back saying that's not us?
It's not us?
Yeah. Which is exactly what Adidas would say, even if it was them. But yeah, I like that the waters are murky a little bit.
I like the idea that a shoe company would be so embarrassed by James Franklin, they'd be like, we'll cover the costs. We just can't have him wearing Adidas.
I also like that James Franklin could be coaching at like Arkansas next year, and that just feels...
Hey, your boy Matt Rule, by the way, was asked about it today, and he did not shoot down any rumors of him being interested.
I know. Matt Rule really only stays places three or less years until Penn State.
He was like, Nebraska's cool, but, hey.
Yeah. Wait, you're going to pay me to go coach where I played? You're going to pay me a lot of money? Oh, gosh. I think his buyout's $5 million. I think he's still making $5 million a year, at least from Dave Tepper, for the whole failed NFL thing. The Dolphins, who you're going to see this week, are 1-5 after Chargers kicker Cameron Dicker hit a game winner for the 29-27 win. After the game, Miami quarterback Tua Tagovailoa gave some insight into the Dolphins' struggles going beyond the field.
I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys, what we're expecting out of the guys. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. Like, there's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? It's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the little things like that.
Tua's like the most media-friendly quarterback in the world. Like, he very rarely ever says anything incendiary, so this is basically his version of unloading the clip. Would you rather be Mike McDaniel or Kevin Stefanski right now?
I'd rather be Stefanski, because he's he's just a more well-grounded human, and I think without football he'll be fine in life. Mike McDaniel needs football, I think. He needs some sort of identity or something. I feel like Stefanski, if he never did anything around sports ever again, he'd just be fine, and he'd live a nice life, and he's made $20+ million. He'll be cool. McDaniel and those capri pants of his, I just don't know that he jives the same way.
Ready for this take? I've been thinking about this for a while. Texted a couple buddies it yesterday.
Okay.
If both things go south, Jim Schwartz is my DC next year, Mike McDaniel's my OC, and then go find me my Tomlin, my Campbell, my Vrabel, somebody that can actually lead an organization and I don't know, maybe like make fans feel something when they talk.
Yeah, that's what we're going to need. We're going to need, if we're going to go for that type of guy, and I know there's been a couple people that have talked about in that space, like basically pulling off the Dan Campbell type role, then Mike McDaniel's an OC is going to be fantastic. I'd sign up for a second in that.
If we only had a guy like Mike Vrabel in this building at any point in the last 6 years.
If only. Speaking of Dan Campbell, he is extremely disappointed with what he's calling an inexcusable incident after the Chiefs game last night. Patrick Mahomes was involved in this one. Brian Branch walked past Mahomes without returning a gesture. Mahomes tried dapping him up and tried being all friendly with it. And Juju Smith-Schuster thought that was like disrespectful as hell. And then all of a sudden a brouhaha broke out. It seemed like both sides were going to be fighting forever. All of a sudden Mahomes was giving dirty looks to Dan Campbell. And the end result is Dan Campbell saying, Branch, we don't act like that around here with Detroit and how we do things with the Detroit Lions. Did you make anything of this kerfuffle of sorts? It was very odd, it was very weird, and it was very apparent in the postgame.
It had to be with Juju Smith-Schuster, who I feel like is in one of these a year. I do make something out of it. I'd be surprised if he's not suspended. I think that people point to the Jalen Carter thing. Because Jalen Carter got thrown out at the very beginning of the game, the NFL treated that as a one-game suspension. The NFL has gone out of their way to make a case of sportsmanship. This was a tremendously bad look for Brian, and I would be really surprised. Like I know people are talking like a heavy fine. I think the NFL's been itching for a thing like this to make a decision on.
Was that a genuine high five that he was offering up to Brian Branch there? You think that was
a sarcastic?
You think that was a
high five?
sarcastic high five?
I don't know.
Like almost like, hey, we won the game, so like, yeah, hey, here we go. Yeah, you played well though, buddy, little guy.
Patrick just does not seem to have the kind of personality that would indicate a sarcastic high five is possible.
Oh, he's got that. I watched way too much of him in that Netflix documentary. He definitely has that in him.
All right, let's go with Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson has been enjoying the view from the bench, but now his views have been obstructed just a little bit more as Richardson suffered an orbital fracture, warming up with elastic bands before the Colts' 31-27 win over the Colts. The Cardinals, excuse me. Most embarrassing injury in NFL history, breaking your own eye socket because of elastic bands.
It's up in the territory of like Sammy Sosa sneezing and then hurting his back.
That's a real thing now that we're above 40. That I'm above 40.
It's in that territory though.
It reminded me of Chris Hansen, the Jaguars punter, who got burns from a fondue pot. And the other was he almost chopped off his leg with an axe in the living room.
Was he stopping child predators too?
No, different Chris Hansen.
Oh, good. Okay,
it's the oh my gosh, who are the Grammatica brothers?
Yeah.
Didn't two of the Grammatica brothers tear ACLs while celebrating? I know at least one did. That's the kind of level we're talking about here.
I guess you can tear an ACL anywhere, I guess.
Like almost losing your eye because of an elastic band while warming up for an NFL competition. And he's like one of the most athletic quarterbacks we've ever seen in the NFL. Makes you look wildly unathletic.
Do you want to see the photos? I want to see the photos. I want to see how much of this elastic band kicked his ass.
I do. And it's not great that I want to see it. I would love the Zapruder film
or
of
if
this.
you're him, you're like, I can't even be seen in public until this swells down because I don't want that out there of how bad the elastic band got the best of me.
Or do you steer into the skid and you release the video?
Like, you know how some people keep track of their like career fight record? They're like, how you did in your career livelihood of just fights that you've gotten into. He's like, I'm 0-1. The elastic band got me.
He's got to lean into it. You can't get real serious about this, or people will not like you.
Imagine if he was like actually having to start the game and be a serious player. Like if he was good and actually had to start the game, and then let's say you bet on the game, you're getting ready. He's your fantasy quarterback, all these things, and he just gets taken out by an elastic band.
In fairness, imagine he was just Anthony Richardson and he was going to start that game and got taken out by an elastic band.
Colts are very real right now. Danny Dimes, we got to start calling him Danny Dollars again.
They are going to come back to earth so hard. They barely eked past Jacoby Brissett.
If the season ended right now, the Colts and the Buccaneers would be your number one playoff seeds.
One of those things will remain. The other will not. Was that the most embarrassing injury in NFL history? We'll take your submissions at Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin, and Dylan Gabriel played yesterday. It's real hard to judge what you actually saw. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The National League kicks off with their series opener tonight between the Dodgers and Brewers. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now. You get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Nathan Zagura coming up in about 40 minutes. The Lead. With the biggest sound from around the station, the show, and, of course, Cleveland football, Cleveland sports, coming up at 5 o'clock as well. But you just talked about Daryl Ryder there. A couple tweets here that are pretty interesting. Daryl tweeting out about 7 minutes ago, Browns owner Jimmy Haslam and Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb are scheduled to hold a press conference this afternoon at City Hall. Then he goes into stadium war could be over. And just a few seconds ago, Daryl tweeting out, hearing from sources, the Haslam Sports Group and the city of Cleveland are working on a framework for a stadium agreement to allow the Browns to move forward with the Brook Park enclosed stadium and development. And I, for one, I just am so darn happy that we could see billionaires' lives enriched, and I'm sure Mayor Bibb's going to get something out of this too. I'm just so happy that politicians and billionaires, in what is, I think, a difficult time for them in general over the last 10, 15 years, it's been a rough go for billionaires and politicians. Congrats and God bless, I would say.
Well, all meeting in the middle to pretend like they didn't just fight for years on end about this. I don't know
While spending millions of dollars of city money, by the way, on lawyers.
Exactly right. More money than you or I will ever give to the city in our taxes or anything in between. And it's like, that just doesn't matter. I hate that reality sometimes. I'll be like, man, they spend more than the government. I'll be like, they spend more than I'll ever make in my entire life over that dumb display of whatever. But the point is, did you have this thought as well at some point on Sunday? It's like, they're going to have this brand new stadium, and if this is the product, who's going to be going to these games? Because the expenses on this stadium and how expensive it's going to be, not just for parking, but also the tickets. I mean, it's expensive now to go to Cleveland Browns Stadium. It's expensive to go to any football game these days. I just kept thinking about it. I'm like, no one's going to pay for this product if this is what this is.
So, it's twofold. Yes, I definitely have thought about that multiple times, not just this year, but also last year. Like, the sooner you get out of the Deshaun contract, the sooner you can put distance from yourself and just what a god-awful decision it was and era it was. I also think just like thinking about this and what this means, like, cool, you got your stadium. I don't think it's a coincidence it's on Monday at 4:30 after that loss.
Oh, you mean another attempt to try to bury us talking about the game that was one of the worst games of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to work, but yes, I could 100% see them being like, we're going to do this on Wednesday, but you know what? Let's go ahead and do it on Monday at 4:30.
Yeah, definitely not going to work, but we will play some of the clips. We'll play some of what Justin Bibb had to say. We're curious from that standpoint, but it's not going to take over the show from here.
So that is the latest there. Again, Daryl putting that out first there, hearing from sources, the Haslam Sports Group and the city of Cleveland are working on a framework for a stadium agreement to allow the Browns to move forward with Brook Park enclosed stadium and development. So again, kudos to all the billionaires. You're even richer today. And, hope those politicians also get reelected as well. Now, interestingly enough, we talked about Kevin Stefanski's role in the loss. I do want to get to Dillon Gabriel in a second here, but Josina Anderson, with Brian Callahan getting fired earlier today, the Titans, now former head coach, Josina Anderson tweeted out, spoke to a league source who tells me they're currently expecting 5 NFL head coaching changes. That includes the Titans. One of said teams has a star player expressing frustration to ownership. No idea who that could be. And another team no one is really talking about now could be looking for new scenery next year. We'll keep you posted. Some top personnel changes already simmering as well on a couple teams minimum, one in each conference. So that's very generic, but hey, this could be about the Browns.
Are you suggesting the star player is Myles Garrett in that? Is that what you're saying?
Would you put it past him?
Not at all. My brain went to being Joe Burrow, though. That's kind of just why I instantly thought Joe Burrow was that star player. I guess it's really open to just about anything. Like she thinks there's 5. I looked at it earlier. I thought there could be as many as 7. I think the Ravens, Bengals, Titans, Jets, Dolphins, Giants, and Cardinals are on the table for something like this, and that's before you even throw in the Browns in the mix. Like there's potentially a lot of teams that are going to be getting rid of their head coach this year.
I'll say this: if the Ravens fire John Harbaugh, you better run. You better run to that man's house to ask him to be the Browns' next head coach.
That's how you win the next head coaching circus.
Yeah.
If you get John Harbaugh, there's not a single fan out there that will say anything bad about anything. And it'd be a great win.
That's what I struggle with. And again, I'm not going to tell any Browns fan they should love Kevin Stefanski. You should be as frustrated as you want to with Stefanski, Barry, or any of them, really, truly. But I think the problem with Stefanski is I looked at the coaching crop and I was like, man, there's just a lot of dudes there. Yeah. There's not Vrabel's off the board. Theoretically, Belichick is off the board, but God help us,
how many people did you hear bring up Nick Saban in the past 24 hours?
Yes.
Because you're reaching for some name, some substance, something of value.
But looking for a Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell had been on the coaching market for 5 or 6 years before he got the Lions gig. Mm-hmm. And he was constantly one of the 3 finalists or 5 finalists and never, that was a guy who I think maybe got some seasoning within that I think helped him. It's a lot of guys who are like, hey, this guy had 1 good year as an offensive coordinator. You want to take a run on that? It's a lot more Stefanski's. And so I think that's my big struggle here. Unless a Harbaugh shakes loose or a Tomlin shakes loose, which I don't think he's coming to Cleveland after the Andrew Berry thing. Unless they're really interested in John Gruden, I just don't see the proven commodity that could come here.
I mean, is Josina hinting that maybe that big star happened to be Lamar Jackson?
Ooh, that would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I can understand it.
There's a lot of people right now that are convinced that Lamar has been the one making that show for a while now, as evidenced by what you've seen over the past couple weeks without Lamar and how it went down really quick.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's silly because Harbaugh has been winning for so long. Obviously, he knows what he's doing, and I'd take him in a second. But I would wonder if someone like Lamar, who has battled with Harbaugh in the past, now Lamar finally has the leverage. I would wonder if that is something that becomes available.
I also think they're 1-5, and they're probably going to be 9-8, right? If Lamar really is healthy, he's supposed to be back after the bye.
After the bye, yeah.
I still, as bad as 1-5 looks, or 1-4 because they didn't play this week, right? As bad, no, they
played
did.
This week. They lost.
They're coming. This next week's the bye. There you go.
Correct.
So they're 1-5. As bad as 1-5 looks, I think they're going to pull it around. It's an imperfect roster, but a healthy Lamar is going to get you far. And I think they've got the 5th toughest schedule through the first 6 games of the season. There's a lot of winnable games because you're playing the same schedule the Browns are.
Yeah, they'll be fine. I'm convinced they'll be fine. They're too good of a team not to. Their defense has been surprisingly bad, but that'll get turned around when you have an actual quarterback at play.
I just am convinced when it comes to Harbaugh and Tomlin that the media gets bored with how long they've been there.
Tomlin's another one we got to talk about too. I mean, Tomlin is he's been on the hot seat now for 3 straight years. If this craters in a division that has basically been handed to him this year with the injury to Burrow and the injury to Lamar and whatever the Browns are attempting to do, when the division's been handed to you, if he implodes the way that they did with last year with Russ, where they lost the final 5 games to limp into that postseason game to then just get destroyed, it's not out of the question.
It's not, but I think that's these are just all the ifs. If the Ravens keep losing at this clip.
I think the point of that is
if Tomlin, you know what I mean?
The point of that is, though, is that there always is a surprise name or two that comes from nowhere to be they're on the table. It's just, are the Browns in the position to actually nab that guy, or is it going to go to a team that fires their head coach but has a quarterback that people really like, and then obviously you step right in and there you're off to the races?
It does feel like the winner of the number 1 pick might go the spoils. Right?
Not even that. Think about it. If Zach Taylor gets fired in Cincinnati and then Harbaugh gets fired, then Harbaugh goes to Cincinnati instead of going to Cleveland, and then we're just out of it. You just lose the sweepstakes because then you get a chance to coach, Joe Burrow.
I listen, between Mike Brown and Jimmy Haslam, if I need to win a bidding war, Even with Joe Burrow in the balance, I'll take Jimmy Haslam.
How much more money does Jimmy Haslam have to offer up per year to offset the idea that you'd be coaching Joe Burrow if you just take basically pennies on the dollar?
I made this joke about Brian Flores when it turned out the NFL is going to have to argue the racial discrimination lawsuit in open court. And it's like the NFL goes to Brian Flores and says, name your price so we don't have to go to court. And then it's the thing from the Patriot where tell me about Ohio. Basically, John Harbaugh. Like, you go to John Harbaugh, it's like, listen, John, don't take another meeting. We want you to be our head coach. What do you want? Tell me about Brook Park. Right? Like, tell me about bowling. Tell me about Wood County. That's basically where you're going to go here.
Flores, another name that people keep bringing up, by the way.
I just struggle with that.
I do too.
After the Tua stuff,
well, people are trying to rewrite it to be like, Tua can't even lead his own team right now. He's a mess in his own right. Maybe Flores wasn't that bad of a, and it's like, I think he was that bad.
Yeah, no. I mean, by the way, just because they won games doesn't mean he was somebody that you want as your. And I'm stunned by this because I would have thought. I mean, given what he's done as a defensive coordinator in Minnesota, given what he's done at what he did in Miami and kind of stabilize a team that was trying to tank, like what Brian did in terms of wins and losses is incredibly important. The problem is people matter. Like, I need somewhere in between Kevin Stefanski and Brian Flores, right? I need a guy who can set the accountability, set the tone, while also treating players like human beings.
While getting through to players.
Yes, while communicating.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard. A lot of teams do it. Again, the Ravens did it. The Steelers did it. The Rams have done it. The 49ers have done it a couple times. Just the Browns seem to not be able to kind of walk that sweet spot.
Yeah, it stinks, though. The more that we talk about the coaching carousel, and we're going to have to obviously do a lot of this, I would imagine, it kind of feels like we're once again stuck in the same Kevin Stefanski situation we were in 6 years ago. Where it's like if you want somebody that is, you're going to have to get somebody that's been like a first year, second year OC that really just is just that hungry for the job.
Yeah.
Probably not going to get the Harbaugh if he shakes loose or the Tomlin that shakes loose or any one of those guys. It's probably not going to happen.
That's where it's on Jimmy Haslam.
And he's going to have to really put his money where his mouth is, which he's done in the past.
Well, and you've committed to this model, and you can say it's worked. You can also say that this was the benefactor, the roster that these guys walked into and won with. They let expire without replacing it. And also it was somebody else's roster.
I wonder how open he'd be this time around. Remember Josh McDaniels, how that fell through was the idea that Josh wanted basically everyone in the building gone. He wanted a whole brand new building. He wanted everyone that had ever been in Berea basically to not have a job anymore. He wanted to start brand new and fresh. And Haslam was like, no, we're not going to do that. I wonder how open he'd be if the right name came along, if they presented that plan again.
As long as it wasn't Josh McDaniel, I think it'd be okay. 216-474-0092. How is it too early to have this Stefanski conversation? We will get to the impossibility of grading Dylan Gabriel in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
More and more of these.
This is brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, coming up in about 20 minutes. The Lead coming up 20 minutes after that. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Daryl Ryder is downtown today to cover this press conference between the Haslam Sports Group and the city of Cleveland. We've kind of let you guys know about some of the tweets coming out. One of the most recent ones here from Daryl saying, agreement with the city of Cleveland includes Haslam Sports Group and Browns covering the cost of existing stadium demolition and more per multiple sources familiar with the discussions. So we could have some audio trickling in of that. Big news there as the path to Brook Park, it looks completely paved now, and we're just waiting on the Browns to kind of get ready for it, and the city of Cleveland to get out of the damn way. But speaking of getting out of the way, Dylan Gabriel didn't yesterday, and it's interesting. Like, I don't think yesterday was necessarily his fault, but we were wondering, okay, was the first start? How much worse could you look than that? The answer is a lot.
I mean, there was a lot of passes that probably should have been interceptions. Yeah. That was the thing that kind of stood out for me, but I can't grade him off of what should have been interceptions. I got to grade him off what actually were interceptions, which he didn't do. But I just had such a hard time trying to grade him yesterday. Like, it seemed almost impossible. The drops were plenty. I'll put the Jerry Jeudy wide open in the left end zone where he just completely missed him. Obviously, that's on you. Who else could that be on? But I didn't think he looked that bad, all things considered. I didn't think he looked good, but I didn't think he looked that bad.
There were a couple of, oh my God, that guy's wide open on the day. Mm-hmm. I don't know how, when we get into why does the offense suck, I don't know how you can grade any quarterback, Dylan Gabriel, Shador, honestly, Joe Flacco, I don't know how you can grade them behind this offensive line because and again, up the middle, they're doing okay. I would say on any given day, they can have a decent day up the middle. Off the edges, even when Jack Conklin was there yesterday, he wasn't very good himself, and he's probably been the best tackle you've seen all year.
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable at times, Nick, giving people, being like, if you don't have any wide receivers, good quarterbacks still make plays when they don't have any wide receivers. Baker Mayfield's a great example. Yesterday, Emeka Big Boo, as Gronk would call him, Emeka Ibuka gets injured in the second quarter. He doesn't have Evans. He doesn't have Godwin, and he is throwing to Tez and Cameron Johnson. Cameron was a Division II player, undrafted, like everything.
He's a creative player.
Yeah, and it was his very first reception in the NFL, and he turned into a touchdown, and then he turned into this, and he turned into that, and all of a sudden, like it didn't matter who was on the field, Baker Mayfield was able to cook, right? And that's kind of the point, but I can't do that with wide receivers and an offensive line. I feel like that's where you lose me in the conversation of being able to accurately judge a quarterback.
So if you don't have good pass catchers, or if they're not catching the ball consistently, and you don't have an offensive line, and the head coach doesn't run the ball enough to protect you, that yesterday is what happens. What I will say is that in and of itself, if that continues, because there are way too many people. I know Daryl kind of did it with us. He kind of did it with the morning show about Dylan Gabriel after 2 games.
Well, he's getting ready to take some victory lap that I just don't know that he needs to be taking right now.
Yeah, I mean, the kid's going to play for several more weeks, and he should. He's played 2 games, but this is always what you saw yesterday was always our fear with Dylan. He's too small. There are some accuracy issues down the field, and he needs a lot of help around him. Like the whole Brock Purdy comparison. Brock Purdy, when he walked into the job in San Francisco, that was still a good offensive line. It's not anymore. That was still a good offensive line. He had 2-star wide receivers. He had Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell, and he had Kyle Shanahan. He had everything you would need for a young quarterback to step in and
he had
deliver.
Ayuk, he had all these guys, yeah.
And Dylan doesn't have one of those things.
Yeah.
So, yes, the circumstance stinks, but also Maybe that's your answer on Dillon Gabriel if this is the output you get from him in this circumstance.
Well, he's definitely not
Both
one of
are
those.
true.
He's definitely not one of those quarterbacks that can just rise above anything. That's obvious, and that's very
literally.
Yeah, and if that's your takeaway, then that's fair and that's fine. But through 2 games, I just have a hard time being like Dillon Gabriel stinks at football, and we need to just completely wipe our hands clean of him. When that's not a fair shot to me. Like if Dillon, let's put it this way. If they bench Dillon tomorrow and then Dillon never played another game in his life, like 20 years from now when he's looking back on, did I get a fair shake? He could rightfully say, didn't get a fair shake.
Yeah, I think the problem is we're saying that in week 6. And so I don't know where the fair shake is going to come for any quarterback this year. Because there's no, hey, you want to trade for another
they're not
tackle?
They're not going to add any wide receivers. I don't know what to do with the tackle situation.
If anything, they're going to subtract.
I mean, because if Cam Robinson is actually injured, are we going to do another Cam Robinson thing where they just try to get basically a body is what it is?
They cut Thayer Munford.
I saw that.
He's not coming up to save the day.
I did see that.
I put big stock into Munford, too.
Good old Munford and Sons.
That was penny stock, but I put a lot of stock into that.
Well, you always know when to sell high.
A whole $1. $1 It was 100 stocks. That's what it was. But no, I mean, that's the funny thing is they're only going to subtract from here. And I think the thing that is going to really frustrate fans is, like, Joe Flacco wasn't great yesterday, but he was playable. And I think if Jerome Ford gets traded, I think he's going to be a better version of himself outside of this. I think if David Njoku is healthy enough to get traded, I think you're going to see him be a better version of himself somewhere else. So if we're saying that about other pieces, we should probably be thinking about the quarterback spot, too.
Yeah, I just think way too much of the quarterback position is a lot of you're a product of your environment around you. I think the special quarterbacks are the ones that, like Joe Burrow's never had an offensive line in Cincinnati. Doesn't matter because he's Joe Burrow. I think there's special quarterbacks that are that way. And so, yes, we can remove, which we could have before the game, by the way, we can remove Dillon Gabriel from the special category. But we have to try to figure out whether or not you can lump him in with the, 80% of NFL quarterbacks that exist already, which is who are you with the product of your environment. And right now, he's just not given a fair shake.
Someone on the chat on YouTube suggested that Dillon should get those platform shoes that TikTok sells that make you 4 inches taller.
The old Nick Sabans,
and
I call them.
I was like, that's just not okay.
You know, Saban had like 4-inch lifts when he was on the sidelines.
Would those be banned?
Not by no.
Would they be banned? No, I'm saying if you made them into,
you can't really run in those.
But you can't run without them.
Like Sandra Bullock running in high heels.
Okay.
Like I don't know. I don't know that
You can run
works.
or you can see over the offensive line. I'll take seeing over the offensive line.
Hey, Coach Riz maintains it's got nothing to do with seeing over the offensive line. For his height is not getting in the way of Dillon Gabriel. It's everything else that's getting in the way of Dillon Gabriel.
Like talent.
But his height, talent's one of the things.
That's a real problem.
But his height isn't the issue at the moment. I argued against it, but who am I to argue right now?
Has it become too hard to judge quarterbacks with this team? 216-474-0092. Let's go ahead and go with Butch in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, Butch.
Hey, I thought you gave up on me. Hi.
Never.
Not you, Butch.
Well, great show. Listen, let me say this. The Browns have to put, and it's obvious, at least some entertainment on here. Here's the comment, then I'm going to listen to your question. First, and you tell me afterwards when I hang up, how is Dillon Gabriel? Obviously, football is a violent sport. I realized yesterday just how violent it is. The boy got hurt, and so what's going to happen, one of the problems I saw was when that defensive player ran him down, he didn't look like he had the speed or the maneuverability, and he's going to get hurt. And what he went through physically yesterday, I'd be hard-pressed. I would think he'd be up in the hospital today recuperating. But if he doesn't come out, he's going to get hurt. Then you're going to see Shador. What I'm saying is I think Sanders, with the condition of his offensive line, you're going to need a very fast, mobile quarterback, and then we're going to have a chance. You see?
All right, Butch. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now, I think he had a comment, and then we had to answer a question. I don't know what those were.
We had to follow up with questions, I think is what he was saying.
I don't think Shador is what you're looking for if you're looking for Lamar Jackson. I think there might be an inference there. I think the idea is Dylan Gabriel's more mobile than Shedeur, and Shedor's the bigger, more accurate quarterback.
Yeah, the thing you'd want with Shedeur is you just want somebody with extremely high accuracy is the point. But the problem that we'd have right now is that with no offensive line, you're asking a quarterback that, and you guys know I love Shedeur, but Shedeur is not the fastest to get rid of the ball, and you're asking a quarterback with no offensive line to be quicker than he's ever been in getting rid of the football, and that it almost makes you wonder if Stefanski knew how bad the offensive line was, and in many ways was like, all right, maybe Dylan gets the first crack, and we'll see how he looks to even then give Shedeur a crack.
Jim in Strongsville, welcome to the show, Jim.
I don't know. Why don't we just get some big fat dude and put him back there, some huge tall guy, so that if the defensive guys hit him, they bounce off.
I am available.
What? No, Nick, you're not big enough, buddy. I'm sorry. I love you, but you're not
I am
big.
6'4", and I weigh
Nick's
just
big
a
enough.
shade over 300 pounds. It's an awning, but it's a shade.
Why do people don't understand anything about the sizes on this show at all?
Easy.
Listen, I know that you and Ken are gigantic, but you're gigantic for a normal human being.
So you
You're not
need
gigantic
Andre
for an
the
NFL player.
Giant?
Listen, I was thinking more like Sasquatch.
I have been called Sasquatch by my wife's family multiple times.
Well, that's not
I'm
very
big
nice.
and hairy. They got to
Listen, guys, just some food for thought here real quick with the draft. Like, I hear Daryl, and everybody wants to, well, maybe Andrew Berry got himself some more time because the draft is so good. Look, I want to put it in perspective. I can't believe he's making me bag on this trick because I like these guys. We spent 3 of the first 36 picks we spent on non-premium NFL positions. We took a running back, a defensive tackle, and a middle linebacker. Okay, great. You know what? Next time Andrew Berry drafts a wide receiver, a left tackle, or a quarterback that's successful in this league, we'll be the first. And that's what we need going forward. So I don't know, that makes any sense. Okay, great. You did great picking guys that are non-premium positions in the NFL. Not to take anything away from the guys, but that's what these guys are. I mean, they're good. This is a good draft class. It's not like it's the most ridiculous, successful draft class in the history of the NFL. We're out in the desert and we're just starving for water and we're just drinking sand because it's oh my gosh, this is so great. I can't do it anymore.
No one drafts all linebackers like Andrew Berry. Jim, we appreciate you. 216-474-0092. Has it become too hard to judge quarterbacks with this team, with the circumstances surrounding them? Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, will answer that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
Cameo at the Fieldhouse. Let's go.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered.
I don't understand what was going through his head to call 3 pass plays on the goal line when we have Judkins, we have Sampson. But no, he puts Ford in the backfield who can't run anybody over. He runs straight up and is scared of contact. I would be calling him and firing him during this game right now. This is terrible.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
On Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got the lead coming up in about 20 minutes, but here we are talking about the 1-5 Cleveland Browns, the loss. Although I've been telling people they lost 9-23. You know me, 9-23 are two of my numbers.
Those are your numbers, yeah.
Yeah, and so I work at 92.3 The Fan. I was born on September 23rd, and then everyone responds, "That's not how you read a score, you idiot." And I think they've got a real point there. But to talk about the Browns' 23-9 loss in Pittsburgh, you know him, you love him. He's going to be joining us every single Monday at 4:40. The great Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst on the Fan Hotline right now. Nathan, welcome to the show, bud.
Thank you. Good to be with you guys.
Well, it's always great to have you here. I am interested. I mean, we were talking about this earlier about how to kind of quantify this loss, and it's like it's tough to really to encapsulate it because on one hand there were some bad things that happened. On the other, it's like you were coming off London. You'd made the trades earlier last week. Like there was a lot going against the Browns in this game. Do you consider that a bit of a schedule loss yesterday?
Every time you go out there, you have a chance to go out and win. Was it a tough situation? A Steelers team coming off of a bye, you coming back from London? Yeah, of course it was tough, but the NFL is tough, and division games on the road are tough, and you've got to find a way to do enough good to win games. And the Browns, unfortunately, it's kind of some of the same things, right? It's penalties on offense, it's dropped passes, it's inopportune plays on special teams. Even if I do think that was a tough call on Cam Thomas running in the punter that extended a drive that led to a touchdown at a time when the game was 9-3, very much in the balance in the third quarter. So it's unfortunately it's just kind of a combination of a lot of things. If they haven't turned the ball over in 2 games, that's good, but they've got to find a way to score a lot more points, to be a lot more explosive on offense, and those are the 2 biggest things that are the difference between this team being able to win and this team not winning football games.
Nathan, I said last segment I have a really hard time trying to figure out how to grade out Dylan Gabriel when you have the offensive line, not even the injuries and the poor play there, and then the drops that happened with the receivers. It felt like a hard game to grade Dylan. Were you able to, and if you were, how did he do?
Well, I agree. There are some challenging circumstances, but I'm trying to just boil it down to what I see from Dylan Gabriel when the pocket is clean, and there have been some very good things, but there are things that need to be better. His completion percentage, yards per attempt, his quarterback rating from a clean pocket need to be better. And I thought when you watched the game against Pittsburgh, there were multiple opportunities to push the ball down the field that were kind of schemed up that you would expect Dylan Gabriel to recognize and put the ball and give a chance to this offense. There's one off of a play action where he ends up completing a pass to Jamari Thrash over the middle, but he's got Isaiah Bond a few yards clear of the cornerback on that side with no safety over the top. Got to give him a chance on that play. There's another one in the third quarter where they run kind of a 2-man concept where it's a dig off of the left, it's a post off the right. You're reading single high safety. If he comes down on that dig, you throw the post over the top of him. If he stays on the post, the dig's open. Well, Juan Thornhill came down on the dig and had an opportunity. Isaiah Bond was, again, a few yards clear of the corner. Just throw it out in front of him and give him a chance. Instead, he ended up checking it down, and it was kind of a busted play.
Nathan,
I think that
go ahead,
there was a lot of good. I think there was a lot of good from Dylan in terms of some of the things that you saw him rip it, but he's got to kind of walk that balance of aggressiveness and understanding that at times you might have to put the ball in a little bit of harm's way to make plays, and I think that's the next evolution. Now, he was hit more than any quarterback's been hit this year. We dropped him back, almost 60 times with the 6 sacks, 52 passes. He got hit, I think, 14 to 17 times, depending on which website you look at for the quarterback hit. So it was a tough day. I'll tell you this. I respect his toughness. I respect his resiliency. But this is an offense that needs to make more plays and needs to put more points on the board.
Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst on the Fan Hotline. Can you walk us through with the big play that I think got a lot of highlights and reruns was Isaiah Bond getting donked in the helmet by a pass, and it didn't look like Isaiah was looking Was Isaiah expecting the ball to go there? And just kind of walk us through what happened on that play, please.
Without knowing everything that happened on the play, pre-snap, it felt like there was some confusion as to who was going to line up where. Bond thought he was going to be on the right side. Shamari Thrash thought he was on the right side. So Bond actually goes over to the left side at the end of the play. You can see him looking at the sideline. He didn't know what, at that point, where he was, what the route was, I think, even. Got the word, and I think he just kind of went in there, and clearly he wasn't looking for the ball. Now, that close to the goal line, you'd like him to be looking for the football because that had a chance to be a touchdown. So I just think that was one that was maybe, you get a guy in here who spent no time with us all off season at all, and he's kind of thrust into a big role. And I think if you watch, Isaiah Bond probably has more yards that just were never thrown to him on tape than maybe any receiver in the NFL right now. But with Cedric Tillman out, he's got to play a lot. And I think it was just one of those, it was maybe a miscommunication. Obviously, you wish he had his head around, and that's one obviously that's being played a lot. But it's kind of one of those bang-bang plays, and it just happens. And it's unfortunate.
Nathan, a lot of fans seem to be upset with the lack of amount of carries and touches for Quinshon Judkins. How did you see that as it played out? As they did give him the ball early, and I thought they gave the run game an opportunity early.
They did, but it's one of those things that's kind of, I think you've got to stick with that. I just think with our tackle situation, it was tough. We couldn't stop the pass rush, as I mentioned, the 6 sacks earlier. But I also get that, you're trying to score, and you're trying to score quickly as the game gets out of hand. I think if there was one situation that maybe you would look at and say, okay, could we have done this differently in retrospect? It's probably when you get 1st and goal to 3. I personally would just like to see Quinshon on the field there earlier in that drive. You brought Aiden Huntington in. You had the big kind of that jumbo package, that wishbone that we run, and the full house backfield. And you picked up 6 yards on 4th and 2 to extend that very same drive. So you get to 1st and 3. I'd like to see Judkins get an opportunity there because, and I was talking about this with Joe Thomas today, that's a chance to just kind of establish an identity. I thought that the Steelers were very physical in this game. I think the Browns tried to match their physicality, but I thought the Steelers were a very physical team, and I thought that was an opportunity to be like, oh, yeah, watch this. We're going to go run it right down your throats, and unfortunately we never got that opportunity. It was a doink on the first down, a sack for 11 yards on 2nd down, and all of a sudden you're kicking a field goal.
Daryl Tyson Campbell made his Browns debut over the weekend despite a short week since being acquired from Jacksonville. How do you think the Browns' newest corner fared on Sunday?
So I saw a lot of the reasons why the Browns are excited about him. You can see he's sticky in man coverage. Now, did he get beat deep? Now, the one that Aaron Rodgers underthrew, he slipped on that one, and this turf was terrible. I will say that. There were a lot of guys slipping and falling down. He slipped on that one. Now, he did get beat on the double move for the touchdown later on, 25 yards. That was just a good route, good throws. He came back as one of the best. But, they went at him 7 times, only gave up 3 catches in coverage. I thought he had 2 passes defense. He had 2 PDPUs in the game. But he was sticky. Even when the first one that DK caught up the right sideline, that was kind of perfect coverage, just a better ball. It was similar very much so, honestly, to the one where Denzel was on Justin Jefferson on the sideline. In great position, and Carson Wentz just fit it in, and Jefferson made a great catch. But I think you saw, and especially in the run game, there's one play where he was in the backfield like a safety. He is physical, long. I think as it goes on, this is going to be very comfortable for him. If there was one knock on him coming out of college, one knock on him a little bit here in the NFL so far, it's finding the ball. And I think you saw a couple plays where had he gotten his head around and found the ball, he might have had interceptions. He's got good ball skills. He's about 45 passes defense for his career, 6 interceptions, but that's kind of the next evolution. But I think you saw a lot of things that make you understand why they brought him in to play this defense and why that was a good move for the Browns.
How are you judging out Mason Graham so far? Past couple games, I look at it like he's, a lot of attention's on Malik Collins, and the ball's just, the runners are just, they're going away from him, so it's really hard to see him around the ball when everyone is going towards Malik being double teamed.
It is, but Malik is making a lot of plays, right?
For sure.
Malik's your team leaders in pressures, in second in sacks, he's second in tackles for loss. So Collins has been making a lot of plays. I think with Mason, it's one of those things that's hard to understand. I know they're pleased with what they've gotten from Mason Graham so far. It's one of those situations where sometimes, what he does doesn't necessarily show up in the stat sheet. But let me say this, when you are the 5th overall pick in the draft, the things you do need to show up in the stat sheet. You're not drafted as a defensive tackle 5th overall to not rush the passer. And so I think for Mason Graham to start kind of delivering a little bit more on the the investment that the Browns made in him in this draft, I think that's where we need to see. Jim Schwartz alluded to it early in the season. He went out and got a half sack. Now, that's his only half sack. Doesn't have a lot of quarterback pressures, doesn't have a lot of tackles for loss. He had a couple of good rushes yesterday, but Aaron Rodgers got the ball out quickly. But still, I think that that's kind of the next level for me, is we need to see Mason Graham being more of an impact player in the pass game, getting into the backfield, getting sacks. And you need that. I think when you're picked 5th overall as a defensive tackle, that's somebody that you envision being a 6, 7, 8+ sack a season guy. And so we need to see that from Mason Graham.
Nathan, why'd you just say 6, 7? You know, there are a bunch of parents with kids in their car that just had every kid just shout 6, 7. We can't just be saying 6, 7.
That's why I threw the 8 in there. That's why I kept it going.
Does it offset the 6, 7?
No, it really doesn't, because my kids just hear 6. I said 6 to 7 the other day, and it just...
What's the hand gesture with 6, 7? What's this about?
No. It's like you're like juggling, but not... You're juggling invisible balls. It's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah.
All right, one final one here. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, all right?
But you will.
But I will. Can you confirm or deny you aren't John Cena's final opponent?
I can confirm that I am not. That would be a tremendous honor, but for somebody way beyond my capabilities. I will say this, though. I saw a picture of a John Cena lookalike with John Cena. Have you seen this picture?
Oh, I saw that too. Yeah, that was so cool.
Is that real? I mean, that guy looks exactly like John Cena. It's crazy.
I couldn't tell which one was actually John Cena.
Yeah, the one, I think John Cena... The
hat or no hat?
looks like a couple years ago John Cena, more than today John Cena.
The one that was in a little bit better shape than John Cena?
The one who was on the left, yeah. The left was the imposter.
Just a little bit better shape.
All right, we didn't need to go there. The man's retiring. Nathan, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, guys, thank you.
Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst on the fan hotline there. Yeah, I can't tell the difference, but did this guy have plastic surgery to look like John Cena? Because that's weird.
Well, you know where my mind went? I was like, if... All right, yeah, we'll continue down this road. If something happened to John Cena, that could be the guy that just plays out the rest of him being John Cena.
The Ultimate Warrior?
You know, like the theories that like Avril Lavigne actually died in like 2004 or something like that, but there was there was so much money invested in Avril Lavigne that like they had to keep the property that is Avril Lavigne going, and it's not a real Avril Lavigne.
Yeah.
Same scenario with John Cena. Like you could keep it going with this guy if you ever needed to, if something unfortunate were to take place, and the public would be none the wiser, because again, I couldn't tell the difference between these two.
Just so we're clear, I've now seen an actual clear picture. It's the guy on the left looks.
You see the one is more jacked.
More jacked, but he doesn't look anything like Cena actually in the face. They just have the same haircut and big ears.
Could have fooled me, man. But I'm not a big Cena guy because I don't really do much with wrestling. So like for me, I was like, that looks exactly like him.
I hope that's a good industry. I hope he's making some money looking a lot like...
I hope so, too.
You know what? We root for everyone here.
I hope so, too. Yeah. That's
definitely not weird in any way.
No. Yeah. I mean, hey, how do you fall into that? You know,
somebody goes, you look like John Cena.
Like John Cena, and then you contact John Cena's people, and they're like, you know what? We see it.
Yeah.
You're in now.
You want a photo?
You're in.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
There's nothing left to learn. That's why you're in the situation, because they ain't learned nothing. They've been here, and that's just what it is. It's just accepted. You get your check at the end of the week, and you take your losses. That's what it is. It's a mid to low-level Big Ten team that joins the Big Ten just for the TV contract. You take the check, you take the losses, and that's what's permeated.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got more to react to on the Browns' latest loss. It should be noted, in Quick Hits, we talked about the Lions defensive back Brian Branch and the post-game shenanigans. We debated whether he would be suspended or not. The NFL quick with this one. They've suspended Brian Branch 1 game without pay for his altercation with Juju Smith-Schuster after Sunday night's loss in Kansas City. All this being said, he deserved to be suspended. I don't know there's been a player that has caused more of a ruckus while doing less on the field in NFL history than Juju Smith-Schuster.
He's just always around, isn't he?
He had one good year in Pittsburgh, and then ever since then, he's been that guy of like, if anyone can get something out of him, it's this coach or this quarterback, and then usually shenanigans ensue. But let's get to the lead here. Browns analyst Nathan Zagura joined us last segment. We asked him about Quinshon Judkins' role in yesterday's offense, where he had only 12 carries.
I think you've got to stick with that. I just think with our tackle situation, it was tough. We couldn't stop the pass rush, as I mentioned, the 6 sacks earlier. But I also get that, you're trying to score, and you're trying to score quickly as the game gets out of hand. I think if there was one situation that maybe you would look at and say, okay, could we have done this differently in retrospect? It's probably when you get 1st and goal to 3. I personally would just like to see Quinshon on the field there. Earlier in that drive, you brought Aiden Huntington in. You had the big kind of that jumbo package, that wishbone that we run, and the full house backfield, and you picked up 6 yards on 4th and 2 to extend that very same drive. So you get to 1st and 3. I'd like to see Judkins get an opportunity there, because then I was talking about this with Joe Thomas today. That's a chance to just kind of establish an identity. I thought that the Steelers were very physical in this game. I think the Browns tried to match their physicality, but I thought the Steelers were a very physical team, and I thought that was an opportunity to be like, oh yeah, watch this. We're going to go run it right down your throats, and unfortunately we never got that opportunity.
Yeah, the fun part about having someone like Quinshon is that 1st and goal from the 3 shouldn't really be much of a question mark. That should end up being a touchdown. Quinshon should end up being carrying the rock until you get that touchdown, and it's really not much of a debate.
You made the great point here. They bailed on the run after 3 drives. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what Pittsburgh wanted them to do. And I think sometimes people confuse what you do on offense with expecting immediate success. The whole point on running the ball over 3 quarters is that you hope the dam breaks. If you keep doing it and doing it well, the dam breaks in the 4th and you can run away with the game. And they went into the 4th with a very competitive game, and it's almost like Kevin so desperate to score points that he just takes his eye off the ball. The only way this team is going to win is with the Quinshon Judkins running the ball down your throat identity. I know, because that's how the team set up. That was the point of this. We're going to go back to the zone, the wide zone run blocking scheme. We're going to go back to the Stefanski offense, which was predicated on heavy run and play action, right? And you've done some of that, but just not nearly enough given what Quinshon can actually do. And here's the other thing. Your offensive line, the one thing I know they can do is run block. Even Cam Robinson, even maybe not KT Leviston, because I don't know what that guy does well.
What's odd is that he does. He grades out in the run blocking performance of it all relative. His pass blocking is just, he's a garbage can. But with the run block is much better. But it's still not great,
and
but
by
it's
the way,
much better.
Wyatt, Joel, Posick, that's their claim to fame. So while I understand game flow, I understand why things went the way they did, that game was going to be, that game might have been 23-9 no matter what you did. But running the ball and establishing that identity Nathan was talking about, you're not going to win with this team if you don't lean into your identity. And that is where Stefanski gets the F for yesterday.
Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb announced a $100 million settlement with Haslam Sports Group and the Browns to build a new enclosed stadium and development in Brook Park. Jimmy Haslam excited about the partnership and what it means for the city.
When we embarked on the journey to Brook Park, or really just to build a new stadium or enhance our current stadium, we said we had two goals in mind. One was to take care of our fans, and the second one was to do what was best for Northeast Ohio, and we think we've fulfilled those goals. And I can't tell you, after a bumpy time period, we'll just describe it as this, how excited we are to make this investment in the city of Cleveland with Mayor Bibb. And I think these dollars will be put to good use. Will make Cleveland an even better place to live, work, and raise a family. So Dee and I and our entire sports group, the Cleveland Browns, could not be more excited about this partnership with the city of Cleveland and Mayor Bibb.
There's a minute there where I was really worried about the billionaires and politicians. I really was. I was like, how are these guys? I mean, they're really fighting over this. This could be really bad for everyone involved. And then thankfully at the last second, at the 11th hour, it worked out for billionaires and politicians. On a side note, side of that very sarcastic response, I am glad this is over and I don't have to have like a weekly reminder at how much money the city of Cleveland is wasting in a fruitless effort to stop the Browns from moving to Brook Park.
A really nice reminder, too, Nick, that money can fix all your problems in life, as Jimmy has them showcased here for every youngster out there that is dreaming.
Everyone keeps telling me, money doesn't buy happiness.
Well,
I'm like, I don't know that firsthand. I would like to know it.
It definitely solves your problems. Because any problem that Haslam ran into, he just threw more money at it, and then all of a sudden they went away, including the city of Cleveland here.
By the way, you're not just talking about the Brook Park thing. Damn near everything Jimmy has done here is just throw money at it.
That's it. That's all you need.
Good work if you can get it. In his media availability today, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin questioned Andrew Berry's decision to trade Joe Flacco to the Bengals.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
Put the name on it.
Yeah, so there's a couple things here. Obviously, I ran through my list of the two reasons why I thought Mike Tomlin would be, doing this statement and going through this. The third that I didn't think of is the idea that Tomlinisms, and really it's meant for Tomlin Tuesdays, not a Tomlin Monday, Tomlin Tuesdays, is all about gassing up these opposing quarterbacks. Remember Dylan Gabriel last week? He read a bio of Dylan Gabriel as if the man was about to enter the Hall of Fame. Like it was really elaborate, and it was really nice and kind, and I wonder if maybe that's just what he was trying to do with Joe here, while also doing something that he doesn't normally do, which is throw Andrew Berry's name in the mix or any executive's name in the mix.
I mean, I definitely buy the idea that this was about, maybe throwing some shade at Andrew because of the coaching fraternity. Whatever it is, keep doing it. That was a lot of fun.
Myles Garrett frustrated by the loss to the Steelers, and he knows that there's a lot to learn from the team's 1-5 start to the season.
Yeah, it's frustrating. To lose the same way every time, it's frustrating as hell. You got to learn from the losses more than you learn from the wins. The wins are riding high, and you can't expect to really take a lesson from that. But when you lose, you have the time to reflect and look in the mirror, see what it took to get to those wins, who you are, and what you missed.
Well, the good news is, since you can't win as much from wins, or you can't learn as much from wins, you got a lot of losses to learn from.
Another area where Jimmy Haslam threw money at the problem, and all of a sudden it was corrected for himself. But you can't correct the emotional toll that this is taking on Myles Garrett, and he's going to speak about it every single game now.
I absolutely struggle with these two truths. One is that Myles is complicit in this, having ended his holdout just before free agency started, meaning he never really intended to go anywhere if you've got a 6 weeks holdout when I want to say 4 other edge rushers took their holdouts from the end of the football season all the way into camp or somewhere around there. While also being like, nah, that's a generational player that the Browns are wasting, and it's a lesser extent to Joe Thomas because Joe didn't even get into the playoffs. But yeah, they're like, I think it's okay if you say it's really frustrating to watch the Browns waste Myles Garrett's prime because he deserves better, and quite frankly, Browns fans deserve to watch him in the playoffs.
Also, shame on you, CBS. I told you before the game they were going to drop that inaccurate graphic that just basically puts Myles up against T.J. Watt, and it makes T.J. Watt look much better than Myles in every category, and they did it. They did it in a kind of a hokey way. It was like on a teacher's classroom board, but they did it, and I knew they would. I will say, though, T.J. Watt didn't get nearly as much love from J.J. as I thought he was going to.
Yeah, J.J. also, though, just awful.
It wasn't good. He puts coffee to sleep. I mean, that guy was, whoa.
He makes...
whoa, did he have... the opposite of human Red Bull was J.J. Watt.
I'm going to go as old with a reference as I possibly can. He makes Tom Brady look like Rip Taylor.
You did achieve that goal.
Yeah.
Going as old as
5 of you got
possibly
that.
could.
The rest of you should be Googling Rip Taylor.
You don't have to.
And throwing confetti at each other. Kevin Stefanski spoke to the media today when addressing the team's struggles. He was asked about his future in calling plays on offense.
I'm going to keep calling plays, but I want to stress we have to get better in so many areas. And that includes coaching. That includes how we teach our guys, how we put them in different formations, the ways you run the ball, ways you pass the ball, all of the above. For us, the focus is on being better as an offense. And I know I can be better for this football team. I know I can certainly be better for this offense. But our focus is on making sure that we all do our part in getting this thing going.
I like how he answered it. Almost like you're dumb for asking that question. Like, obviously, I'm going to stay keeping the plays. But then he had that acknowledgement of, oh, yeah, we don't score more than 15 points in a game ever anymore.
I don't think Kevin should give up play calling. I don't think it's play calling.
He likes it too much. I mean, I thought there'd never be a time that he would give it up because it's his favorite thing to do. But now that he has previously given it up, I think anything's on the table.
I think if you gave it up at this point, I'd just be like, oh, are you setting Tommy Reese to be the fall guy here?
What's kind of what he did with Ken Dorsey.
It is 100% what he did with Ken Dorsey.
I don't think he should give it up either. I think he likes it so much, and I think this is the part where you go down with the ship.
I just don't think that's why they're bad. Like, granted, but
we just talked about the running play and the running situation. Like, yeah, that would come from him.
Yeah, but you've got a tiny quarterback that is limited on talent. You've got a bad offensive line. Wide receivers can't catch. That's not scheme. That's
so previously,
personnel.
We always talked about him giving up the play calling because it looked like he was trying to do too much and he was missing other parts of the game and he wasn't good at the other parts of the game. But with Jim Schwartz there, he's not missing the other parts. Like he's gotten. We
are missing special teams, but that's
no. But I'm talking
Ray Ventrone.
I'm talking more about like how he handles his timeouts, or how he there was a time there with Stefanski where it felt like when he was down there on the sidelines, the game was going way too fast for him, and he couldn't do all of it. And now the game has definitely slowed down from that aspect. It does feel like he's got more of a control of what's going on outside of just play calling.
The tide has turned on Kevin Stefanski. And why that's probably a good thing for Andrew Barry. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. Whether you need a new TV mounted, surround sound installed, or a fully integrated entertainment system, Summit Sound has the expertise to get it done right.
by Lake Erie Carbon Free Challenge, sponsored by NOACA. Don't go active transportation in October. Try walking, biking, or taking transit to get to work, school, or other destinations, and log your trips on GoHio Commute to participate in the Lake Erie Go Carbon Free Challenge, sponsored by NOACA. Reduce your emissions to improve air quality.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. It's just us. Now the rest of the show. We do have In Case We Missed It coming up at 6:40, but this is less about a defense of Kevin Stefanski. But I just think when you get to where the Browns are now, 4-19 in their last 23 games, when you get to the fallout of Deshaun, Baker doing what Baker's doing, Joe Flacco having a passably good game in Cincinnati, a better game than he had in the entirety of his 4 games here in Cleveland, I do think, it's not that Kevin is faultless. As a matter of fact, I feel like you and I have both, before we were together, and now certainly since we've been on the show together, we've been fighting that perception that Kevin doesn't deserve any blame. I still think the blame was too one-sided, specific to why you lost yesterday, because to me, the thought partners, I still think Kevin Stefanski, on the whole, 5+ years in, has done a better job at his job than Andrew Barry's done at his job.
I agree with that, and I think both of them have probably done a better job than DePodesta's done at his job. If I knew what DePodesta was actually doing, that's kind of the part that surprises me the most, is that DePodesta has not gotten brought into this in the way that I feel like he should.
That's funny, because I was actually listening to somebody, and they were hammering DePodesta,
Good,
and I was like, how much of that, whatever he does, impacts Andrew's inability to draft offensive linemen or wide receivers?
We don't know, but in years past, we've seen him sit right next to Andrew Barry in that draft room. You know what I mean? Like, we know the influence is heavy. The sad part is we just don't know exactly what he does. But I just, if you look at the constant and you look at the through line, he is right there with Andrew Barry, Kevin Stefanski, and being here the entire time that those two have held the position.
So I know one of the popular defenses of Kevin Stefanski, and we even heard it last week, and we kind of both shot it down. I know one of the popular defenses of Stefanski is if you fire him today, he's going to have an NFL job tomorrow. Now, after watching Mike Vrabel have to go through 1 year without a job, I no longer believe that Kevin will just pick up another head coaching job right away. That said, if we talk about if you fired both guys tomorrow, who are you confident will have another job and be good at that job in the future? I think there's a chance Kevin Stefanski goes somewhere and is a better version of what he was here in Cleveland with the right surrounding GM leadership structure. I have no confidence that if you fired Andrew Barry today, like 3 years later, like with John Dorsey, where John Dorsey's like the mastermind of Detroit. And oh, by the way, he's the guy that built Kansas City before that. I have no fear of that at all with Andrew Barry.
No, Andrew Barry's twin brother might get a job before Andrew Barry gets a job again.
Actually, that might be where Andrew Barry becomes like the assistant GM somewhere with his brother.
That is awkward, right? You have a twin brother who's also in the NFL, and if you're the twin brother, you're like, you're ruining this for the both of us, man.
Actually,
no one's gonna hire me now because you're not hireable.
Think about it. All right, you really like Andrew Barry, but you can't defend what he's done.
You hire the twin brother.
You hire the twin brother
because it can't be that different.
But no,
twin brother that's been hanging out in Philly now for so many years.
I think Andrew Barry's gotten a big pass this year. Maybe not today, because there have been some criticisms of him today on the station.
Yeah, he's gotten some criticism today. Today's been the day.
But I'll be honest with you, it's still not level enough to where it should be. I'll go again. Andrew Barry has been worse at his job than Kevin has been at his job, and I will say even including this season. Roster composition is a part of that. right? Roster building over a 3-year stretch is a part of that. He's also the guy that progenited the worst NFL trade in NFL history and sold it to everybody else.
I know, but it seems like he's gotten that mulligan that Albert Breer kept telling us that these two were going to get. They got the mulligan from the Deshaun Watson deal. And so if we're starting fresh, at what point do we start fresh? If it's as recent as the beginning of last year, Stefanski has been regressing in a bad way from the start of last year, whereas Andrew Barry, listen, I really do believe in my heart of hearts that this year was a poison pill year and that this year they weren't trying to be competitive. They're building this for 2026. I think Andrew Barry, although while drafting really well, I would bet Jimmy Haslam thinks he's doing a stand-up job in ignoring the offensive line, ignoring the wide receivers for this season because winning wasn't about any part of the plans for this season.
Yeah, but see, I think if that is true, and I can't dispute because I don't know how Jimmy Haslam thinks. If that is true, then Jimmy really doesn't understand how you go from one poison pill year back into winning again. And it starts with this year is about developing the talent that you use to win next year. And that starts with getting guys in place who they might not be ready this year. That's Schlesinger is going to have some rookie moments. Fannin Jr. is going to have some rookie moments, right? But you get the guys ready so that next year when you get the final piece, the quarterback, you are ready to go forward. Like, I think if they said, well, it doesn't matter what you do on offensive line, it doesn't matter what you do on wide receivers because we don't want to add a win here. It's like those things are trying to add wins for next year, not even this year.
But you can't fix everything all at once. And I wonder if they look at it a longer approach than even just a poison pill this year and then next year we're off to the races. Whereas maybe next year they go out and spend some money and then you start adding. I mean, they added nothing, Nick. We talk about like what they did this offseason. I mean, they did nothing this offseason to give you a more competitive football team. And I've seen Andrew Barry make moves in the past. I know he's not shy to do so. He had to have seen the gaping holes that this offensive line and wide receiver room had. He had to have seen it the way that we all saw it. He actively chose not to. And I think that's all part of his plan, his big, grandiose plan that he might not be able to actually pull off and see through.
But I think, though, I want to continue to hammer this point from my standpoint, which is it's not even about a one off-season prism. It is about a failure on a roving 3-year basis to do the things you need to do. Re-signing Jack Conklin was a disastrous move.
Bad call.
I mean,
listen, I said I'd fire Andrew Barry last year, so I can't sit here and tell you that I'm like defending him or think. I'm trying to think through their brain, Nick, because I'm done thinking through my brain about what they're going to do. They do the exact opposite of everything I think they're going to do at all times anyway. Like these guys just go rogue consistently off of what makes common sense or what people would naturally do. So I'm trying to get into their thought process, trying to get into their head. And with Andrew Barry, the way he's positioned this is that he's going to be able to see this thing through. And this year he wasn't trying to win games.
I think he's going to. I do. And I said this early and I'll say it again. I do think this is set up for Andrew to carry on and Kevin to exit. And I'm here to tell you might be firing the wrong guy. And none of this, by the way, gets Kevin off the hook for what he did yesterday with 52 passing attempts on the record on the box score for Dillon Gabriel and 12 rushes for Quinshon Judkins. Kevin is coaching desperate, while at the same point coaching with a lack of sense of urgency that I find the two things both true and wildly insane that you can say both things about it. But it's like when, people today have called in and say, fire Stefanski. It's like, one, there's no immediate benefit to doing it now. You're in a 1-5 hole, and I think you need to give him the chance to coach his way out. He probably won't, and that's your answer. But two, I can't in good conscience usher Kevin Stefanski out of town when a guy who I think has, even with the 4 nice draft picks this year, that I think has just failed so much more succinctly and wholly at his job than Kevin Stefanski has.
I mean, we'll find out. I don't look at it as either one stays or this has to be only one of them get to stay type positioning. I think right now it feels like Andrew Barry's going to keep his job and Stefanski doesn't, but I'm very open to the idea that we just go Oppenheimer on this, we go nuclear, and we just clean house.
I think
like that's honestly my dream scenario is that both of them are gone at the end of the season if this doesn't get turned around, which it doesn't look like it will.
That's the one spot you need to try and avoid. I think it's so much harder. Now, if you're Jimmy Haslam, you better not do what Tennessee just did, where Tennessee from December of 2022 has chosen between a GM, a head coach, a GM, a head coach, a GM, a head coach, so many times that you cannot win. Because every time you reset the GM, you reset the roster. Every time you reset the head coach, you reset the culture. And by the way, you're doing a little bit of both by firing either of them. You cannot do that. We cannot go back to, all right, 2 years of Sashi Brown or a year and a half of Sashi Brown and then John Dorsey and then Hugh Jackson, Greg Williams, and Freddie Kitchens. You cannot go back. If you do, honestly, you should be forced to sell the team. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm just saying, like, that's how bad you built something here. You have stabilized this thing. Now it's about getting one of those spots right. I think that's easier from here than just wholesale cleaning house, even though it'd feel good to watch both these guys get fired.
But you can do it the right way. I mean, you can. Kansas City did it the right way, I thought, when they hired John Dorsey and then, 2 weeks later hired Andy Reid? And it wasn't that John Dorsey hired Andy Reid. It was we hired John Dorsey and now we're hiring Andy Reid, and it's all happening at the same time. You can do that. It's very hard to pull off, but you can do that.
216-474-0092. I want to reinforce this. It's too early for the fire Stefanski talk. It doesn't mean there isn't a time and place for it, but 1-5. Okay, you got through the unmanageable part of the schedule. Now you've got to see, can he pull the nose up on this with Miami coming down the pike, with New England coming down the pike, with the Jets coming down the pike?
Let me ask you this. Is there a world that you live in where Jim Schwartz would take over as the interim and then take the actual interim tag off at the end of the season?
No.
I agree, and that's why I think people need to focus on that when we're talking about keeping Stefanski until the end of the season to give him a chance to maybe rewrite his name in a positive way. It's like the options that you would give for the interim here is never going to be the long-term plan. So you have to think about that. Sometimes it's okay to give an interim coach a chance if you think maybe just there's a sliver of an opportunity that actually can be your head coach, especially if you give him a chance this early in the season. That's not going to happen with Jim Schwartz.
Well, and the thing with Jim Schwartz is if he took the interim job, and let's say he went, how many games are left? We get 6 games here, so 11. Let's say he went 5-6. One, you play yourself out of draft positioning, which you say doesn't matter now. It will matter in January if you're not in a position to get a quarterback. And 2, if you don't give him the job, he's not coming back as DC. Because he'll feel like he earned something he was not then given. I think one of the most important things, the most important continuity of services on that staff, if Kevin is not the guy, is you have to keep Jim Schwartz.
Which might be hard because the new head coach might have a completely different opinion of Jim Schwartz and might not want that. That's the roll of the dice you have to take.
Unless that new head coach is John Harbaugh, we're going to have to reinforce the idea that the head coach has no power here because you're taking the job with Jim Schwartz. Because here's the thing. When you build with a wide 9, it's not just as simple as you built for a 4-man front. You built this around what makes a wide 9 happen. If you blow that defense up, one, Isaiah McGuire might not fit the next defense as well. Same with Mason Graham, same with Malik Collins, so on and so forth. And so you're rebuilding the best part of your team. That's not smart. And 2, that's going to elongate a rebuild, which the longer you rebuild, the more hell this really is, and you don't need to do it.
I know, but people like their own staffs. That's typically how that works.
Not Kevin Stefanski. 216-474-0092. Dick, Thomas, Kevin. We'll talk to you guys here in a moment. Is it too early for the fire Stefanski talk? And Miles, the malcontent, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Cold and drafty windows, not something you want to have in the fall, not something you want to have in winter, right? Or your energy bills spiking because of cold and drafty windows, right? That this is the worst time of the year to have that. But luckily for you and me, there is Universal Windows Direct, and they've
stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got strong words in the NFL that I think might be replayed a few times here. We also got to get to the big change in college football over the weekend, but we are asking whether it's too early for the fire Stefanski talk. When is that like an actual conversation you're willing to have?
Well, I mean, obviously it's a conversation now, but it comes with the caveat of like, well, you're not going to do it right now.
Yeah.
So are we talking about like what week potentially it would be? If you go to 14 or 15, you might as well go the whole distance, right?
Yeah. I don't think there's any scenario where I think he deserves to get fired in season unless his agent comes to you and says, we think we can get another head coaching job with like 2 weeks to go. Would you let him out early out of, fairness or loyalty? And then I would do that, and I'd make somebody who has no chance of being the head coach the head coach.
So in a little bit of a twist, because we're talking about how Andrew Barry could potentially come back next year, is there any way that Stefanski does in fact have his job secured for next season, and we finish out this year the way that it's going, and he does in fact keep his job, and it's just one of those scenarios where it's just obvious they all got mulligans, and Haslam is seeing that through?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
Because some of the beat reporters were still putting that rhetoric out there as recently as last week, and I'll be curious to see if they change their tune on that this week, but I don't think they will.
If you go 5-6 in your last 11 games, you'd still only, quote-unquote, be a 5-win team. That would probably, I could see Jimmy selling that as we had a brutal start to the season, and then we finished basically playing 500 ball. All we need is a quarterback. I don't think that's happening, but yes. I absolutely think that could happen.
I mean, I tend to think Haslam kind of goes where the fans end up going ultimately, and just the way the fans have turned on Stefanski in the past 2 weeks. We'll get there with Stefanski, but it would be interesting if entering next year we still have the same two in charge, and it just seems like they get to just hang on forever.
All right, can I flip that on its ear?
Yeah,
Is there a scenario where Kevin Stefanski survives and Andrew Barry doesn't?
That I can't really find. That would be the biggest shock out of all of this. And all the scenarios we can talk about, that one playing out would surprise me the most.
It would. I think 4-7, right? If you get, depending on what your 4 wins are and when they come. And I think it's built on the quarterback. If Dillon Gabriel comes alive at any point under Kevin Stefanski's tutelage and the offense has an uptick, and maybe there's just the defense has one too many injuries, so there's kind of a meet in the middle thing there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think if the offense suddenly starts to look like an NFL offense, like I think Andrew has been worse at his job than Kevin is at his. So even with the most recent rookie class, I still think firing Barry and basically going to Kevin and saying, who's your John Lynch, makes a hell of a lot more sense to me than the opposite. And again, I'm the guy that would have fired Stefanski last year.
Yeah.
I just think
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now. I just didn't realize you didn't like Andrew Barry as much as you don't.
I mean, I just think he's getting off scot-free. I think he's getting a free pass. And it's like, look.
The old Peterlin pass for Andrew Barry on a Monday?
It is a Peterlin.
The Peterlin pass.
Maybe it's not a Peterlin pass, but it's definitely, I don't think he's getting enough criticism. And I refuse to believe that a mulligan should be issued for Deshaun Watson and Baker Mayfield.
Oh, you can refuse to believe it, but it's what Albert Breer says is happening. It's what they've put that decree out there, and then since that point, it does feel like Andrew Barry has been better at his job than Kevin Stefanski has. And if I was Andrew Barry's people, that's what I would be selling. The idea that in the past year and a half, I look better at my job and I'm on the uptick instead of Stefanski, who is more on the downtick.
What's the last year and a half? Oh, is it just, okay, Kevin's just has looked that bad?
He's looked that bad,
okay.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. Is it too early for the Fire Stefanski talk? Thomas in Brunswick, welcome to the show.
Thank you, my friends. I don't want him fired. He just shouldn't be calling offensive plays. Give it to Tommy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's why they're losing right now, Thomas.
No, that's not why they're losing, but he's not coaching well. And I like him, actually. So I just need him to coach better, and I think if he didn't call plays, he would coach better.
Tommy, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Told you earlier in the show. That's like we did this like 2 years ago with Stefanski. Like that call, that call that Tommy just gave was the resounding idea behind Stefanski. Is that if he's not doing the play calling, he can do more. And I just don't buy that necessarily. Not with this version of Stefanski. I think an earlier version it worked, not this one.
Yeah, I mean, I actually liked when Kevin didn't have the play calling last year. I did see a what I thought was noted improvement in like attention to detail when in like game decisions. At the same point, like he clearly feels comfortable. I just don't think it's why outside of the run pass distribution yesterday, which I don't think that's about play calling. I think that's about Kevin's philosophy. Well, I think Kevin is the symptom. It is symptomatic of a problem in the NFL of all these young coaches are all the offensive coaches who the second you get down by 3 points, they go, I need points, and panic and pass the ball over the yard.
And there also was there's a belief there in Dylan Gabriel that I think Stefanski had to try to figure out. And I mean, I saw this number that just came out in the last hour or so. The Browns have been stacked 8-man boxes against them 36% of the time so far. And that's second highest in the NFL. Like, and it happened obviously a lot in that game against Pittsburgh, and they were daring Dylan Gabriel to prove them wrong. And I think Stefanski got excited at that dare. It didn't work out, but I think he got excited about that dare.
216-474-0092. Peter in Brunswick, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for letting me call in, guys. Just like everybody else, super frustrated, obviously, with the season. But I mean, I think you got to let Kevin go at least towards the end of the year. I'm not sure about Barry. He may have kind of saved his job with like this past draft class, but it's not even just the play calling. It's just the lack of discipline all around. I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's a motivator of men. Seems like he's lost the locker room. I mean, honestly, where are we going to say? I mean, I know Baker. We kind of got rid of him for Watson, and that may have been Haslam. Who knows? But even with Baker wasn't performing well with Kevin. Who's to say that Deshaun, say he goes to New Orleans or Atlanta? You think, what if he, I know it's all what ifs, but I don't know if Kevin's molding quarterbacks. I think he's bad at calling plays. I just think the team's undisciplined, penalties. It's just a whole plethora of things. We can't score over 20 points. I mean, you got to get rid of him. I think the ship's kind of sailed. There were 4-22 in our last 26 games. Like, you gotta cut it off at some point.
Peter, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. So my defense of Stefanski really just comes down to let's make sure that we're also addressing Andrew Barry, because I don't know how if you just get rid of one half of this. And again, the catch-22 is I also don't believe in wholesale firing both guys. I just really struggle that Andrew Barry's the right guy to lead this organization going forward.
I'm ready for something new. And I'm ready for Bert and Ernie to be both gone.
Who's Bert and who's Ernie?
We still haven't decided. Okay. I've not made up my mind between the two of them. But I'm ready for a change. I'm ready for us to be talking about a new GM, a new head coach. I'm ready for all of that. I don't think I'm going to get my wish. By the way, I don't. I think Andrew Barry will keep his job. I'm not entirely sure if Stefanski will, but I'm ready. I've seen it. We've done this. They haven't shown me they know what they're doing, and they haven't shown me they're going in the right direction.
I think the problem with Kevin, I disagree that he's a bad play caller. Like most play callers, if you give him talent, he's gonna look really smart. I don't think he's had talent the last 2 years. All this being said, the one thing I agree with Peter 100% is he's just not a leader of men. I guess this compounds the problem of, are they comfortable with that? Like, are Barry and Stefanski, again, I remember hearing that Haslam and Greg Williams weren't the best of friends, right? Like, are they ready for a more authoritarian type head coach or somebody who is a little bit more of a leader of men? Because that innately is a threat to people like Andrew Barry.
And that's scary to someone like Jimmy Haslam, because right now it does feel like Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski will do their bidding. Like, they're good soldiers. When it comes down to everything that Haslam wants to have play out, they've been good soldiers. And if you're going to hire anyone of substance, it's really hard to get him to play those games that Haslam wants him to play. It's a real problem the Browns have to try to maneuver through.
Well, and here's the thing. Even if Jimmy Haslam is ready for that, is Andrew Barry. I think Andrew Barry likes the fact that Kevin Stefanski, I don't want to call him a pushover because that's really not fair, but that Kevin is more amiable than most head coaches would be as well.
I mean, I group them both in together though. Like top down, they will do what Haslam wants. We've seen it time and time again, and so I think that's very comfortable. I think that's why they've gotten 6 years, whereas people like Hugh Jackson, people like Greg Williams, people like Freddie Kitchen, the guys we've talked about, hadn't had that same really length to try to prove themselves because they didn't do their bidding, and they didn't just say, yes, you know everything, Jimmy, we're going to do what you say.
Those guys were also booty cheeks, in fairness. One NFL quarterback said it with his chest, and he said it with conviction. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you in case you missed it. Little update on Donut Gate from Friday's show. As you guys remember, we had a in-depth journalistic moment with Mackenzie Flume, one of our part-timers here, who exposed the harsh truth that Owen, formerly of the Night Show as a board op when I was the Night Show host, and now board op for the morning show, he ate 2 of the 6 donuts that he did not purchase. Ken ate a donut. Yeah. Lima ate a donut. Ted ate a donut. Who am I missing?
Oh, Ted was Jeff Thomas is the last one you're missing.
Jeff Thomas. Now, the problem is he did not buy those donuts. They were not his to give out. Ken...
Confronting Ted would have been really funny.
He was the one guy definitely wasn't going to...
do that. You went into Ted's office today. Yeah. I saw you go into Ted's office. It didn't come up, did it?
He had no idea. I guarantee you, he had no idea who purchased those donuts.
Okay, because if we're taking on the role of this is essentially our version of Pablo Torre Finds Out. It is Afternoon Drive Finds Out, and we have found out the culprits. But now we're instead of Pablo is bringing on Mark Cuban on his show tomorrow to do more NBA investigative journalism. We're just shooting the what with the guys that were the culprits and nothing happening.
Ted was not the culprit. I think he was a patsy.
Oh,
I think
there's a distinction there.
I guarantee you that he was not made well aware of the fact that they were not Owen's donuts or the morning show's donuts.
He's probably long forgotten about the donut that he ate.
And I would even say that Jeff Thomas is not a man to eat another man's donuts. Now to the 3 remaining bastards.
Oh,
they were given
the B word.
They were given into that. I've got another B word for him off air.
Yeah, okay.
They were given till today at 2 to just send a text. Didn't know those were your donuts. Explain. Or hey, we'll get you back. I honestly don't want the money back. It's a point of principle. Mm-hmm. You don't eat another man's donuts. It's that simple.
You don't mow another man's lawn.
Ken was repeatedly tweeted about the missing donuts, and he played innocent all weekend, which leads me to believe that there are accountability issues there, which, I mean, you think the Browns have accountability issues, the morning show. Whew. I mean, 6 coaches in X amount of years. How many producers have they had? I think it runs deep into the donut world as well. It's okay.
In the donut world?
Yeah.
Big Donut is having conversations about this?
I mean, I think they took Big Donuts, and I think they claimed them for their own.
I mean, I've given so many Peterlin passes out here, I can't even keep my head straight. Ted gets one, obviously. Jeff Thomas will always get a Peterlin pass in my mind.
Else.
Owen, because he's a veteran, gets a Peterlin pass. That's just how I work.
Nope, because now I don't even know if he was on our side anymore.
If you serve our country, you just get the all-time Peterlin pass from me. And
I no longer know if he was not a double agent or whatnot.
Between Lima and Ken, they're I guess the only ones that don't get the pass in my book.
Yeah, here's the thing. Owen ate 2 donuts, and he's the guy that was offering other people donuts. The question is, did they know they were my donuts? I'm going to say yes, they did.
Well, at this point, they have to know that they were your donuts.
I'm saying in the moment. Like, did Owen
I don't think so.
Owen only knew that they weren't his donuts.
And he had to go into a bag to get the donuts. Yes. That's the part that makes him at fault here.
But the idea that maybe he could have known, if I find out that they knew they were my donuts and still ate them, that is a special level of disrespect.
Well, I'm sorry you've not gotten your resolution on this one.
I didn't. I said get to me by Monday at 2.
I told you then you weren't going to get anything.
Well, yes, because the revisionist history guys they can't say they were wrong about Baker Mayfield. Why could they ever say they were wrong about donuts?
I'd like to believe that if we had inadvertently eaten someone's donuts, we would be offering up apologies and probably asking for Venmo handles as well. I like to believe that's who we are as people. We've not seen that in the return to your Venmo or anything else in between. Not even about that. Just I'm sorry it happened. I got it. I get where you're going from here. I am a little I'm a little surprised by the actions of these people that I've held in high esteem and high regard for a long time.
I mean, listen.
You got to do the right thing in this moment.
I can
the right
buy...
It's a simple apology.
I can buy new donuts.
Say, hey, we get free food all the time. Didn't know that happened to be yours. My bad.
I can't buy respect. And that's a real problem there. So every time you listen to the Morning Boys... Remember those donut munchers?
I want to give you closure in the story, but I don't think we're going to have it today.
I know. I think okay. So there's closure, and then there's defiantly acting like you've done nothing wrong, and I think that to me is where it is dirty.
You're going to be on the couch like Tony Soprano, just telling your therapist all these wrongs of the donut gate.
I think more likely I'm going to be texting you mean things about them until I get some word of my, or not just you. I'll branch out. I'll make sure. I'll text Keith about. Look at these donut munchers. They can't go ahead and just fess up, can they? Every time there's a oopsie on the show, I'll send it to other people and be like, get a load of these donut munchers.
We're going with donut munchers, huh?
Well, you said I said the B word earlier, so I got to soften the language a little bit. Here's it. My nephews, I've already told my sister-in-law and my brother a couple times that they like listening to me on air, but that I have too much of a potty mouth.
Well, you're within FCC guidelines, so that's how I always look at it, like it's an okay thing.
6-year-olds don't get that, you know?
That's how I look at it. Like, people be like, because I tell people all the time how I don't swear at all, but on the radio I will say, I'll say ass or something like that, and it's like, we're within FCC guidelines. Ooh. It's just a little bit different.
Go Buckeyes 1000 on YouTube. Nick needs a gym. You think? Ooh,
I am fat.
What a good
I
one.
have to breathe.
Hey, the guy who's obviously obese needs to hit a gym. Can't get one by you, Sherlock. The private detective over here doing a great job.
Now I'm sorry that Go Buckeyes 1000 got you that way.
By the way, you need Blue Chew. How about that? 216-474-0092.
It's a good product and good service. It can help out a lot of people.
It is.
Including Go Buckeyes 1000.
Nick W., all one word at checkout. Just cover $5 for shipping. Just thinking out loud there, friend.
There we go.
Let's go with Thomas in Shaker. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got?
Thomas.
Hey, Nick. Hey, JP. Hey, look, first of all, I'm a man, and I'm never afraid to say that I'm wrong. Last week, we got in a heated debate about, I just said I just want to see more Dylan Gabriel. And, we got, it was like Kevin Stefanski, he was just listening to 92.3 The Fan, and he heard Thomas and Shaker say that. And he was just like, you know what? I'm going to have Dylan Gabriel throw the ball 53 times. Hey, Nick Wilson.
Yes.
Out of the 53 passes that Dylan Gabriel threw, how many touchdowns did he throw?
I think 0.
You telling me this man threw 53, the ball threw 53 times, and he couldn't get one touchdown?
That is exactly what we are telling you, yes.
I had enough of Dylan Gabriel, and there's not a lot of him. He's about as tall as the elf who's best friends with Rudolph. I had enough of that guy. And I also had enough of Kevin Stefanski.
That's the best friend with Rudolph?
I don't think he was in the story. I think it was like one of the side journeys.
Is there an elf that's a best friend with Rudolph? Rudolph has best friends?
The elf that's best friends with Rudolph. The Rudolph he wanted to be a dentist.
The reindeer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know Rudolph
what
had
was his name?
A good friend group.
I can't remember his name. I don't see Rudolph's reindeer in a long time.
Was it also Dylan? Because that would be wild.
I can't remember his name. Anyway, Kevin Stefanski is so fired. He reminds me of Romeo Cornell. That's also a donut cruncher. He's so fired, man. That guy, Kevin Stefanski's such a bum. Like, why are you having Dylan Gabriel throw the ball 53 times, dude? What you doing here, man?
Okay, so the elf that is Rudolph's friend is named Hermie, okay? His name is Hermie,
okay.
And fun backstory on Hermie, he wanted to be a dentist instead of a toy maker. Why does the best friend for Rudolph have such a backstory?
It's the funniest part of the whole
Why is there a backstory? Why is there so many layers to Rudolph's elf friend?
Because everyone's got a story.
Why is this a thing?
All right.
It's really funny to me.
If you read the original
They've done
text.
so many things with Rudolph. They're like, they would give him a best friend, and also this best friend really wanted to be a dentist, not a toy maker.
He had one
he's
friend.
Cursed. He's cursed. He makes
All
toys.
the other reindeer were laughing at him.
Yeah.
All the other elves were like too cool for school with him. He had one friend. It was Hermie, and apparently Hermie is also a failure.
Who lived in this prison of toy making.
Yeah.
And just wanted to burst out. Didn't want to make toys.
How relatable is that?
Wanted to be a dentist.
Yeah. How relatable is that? Who hasn't wanted to be something else? Maybe you're Maybe you're a financial planner, but really you always wanted to play the jazz saxophone, right? I don't think that's a thing. I meant jazz guitar.
Well, no, but in this instance, it's kind of like you being someone that plays the guitar for a living, and you're like, I just want to be an accountant. I just want to do something that isn't.
Okay, sure you work on that
because he's a toy maker.
Uh-huh.
Toy maker is like the most. What part isn't fun about being a toy maker?
The monotonous wrangling of materials and then hammering them together.
I don't know. I always thought elves had a good time. Did they not?
What is good about that time? I mean, other than the free
when you
cocoa?
describe it, you do describe it as if they're just like in a factory in China, and that's maybe not the greatest.
Yes,
that maybe there's a dark side of toy
making.
There's
no labor laws in the North Pole.
I never
Santa
realized.
for a while.
I never put together the dark side of toy making. Is Santa basically Nike?
I mean, people have been saying it.
Is Santa Nike? I don't know. You tell me.
In fairness, they've unionized in the last 50 years. Things are a lot better. Wages are much more fair. But yeah, if you say, would you like to be a toy maker in Santa's shop, captive, or a dentist, work on some. By the way, I bet you dentist makes more money too.
Well, that's a fact.
Yeah,
that's definitely a fact.
We really covered some ground.
You got to buy all sorts of good gifts for Rudolph because he's getting made fun of.
Adam and Green, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
What's up, fellas? So, I have a question, or a challenge, actually, I would call it. I have a rebuttal to the first two parts of it, and if you do come up with a third part of it, I would like the chance to rebuttal.
There's a lot of parts here, but okay.
Okay, so this is a three-parter. Without saying the words Coach of the Year or one playoff win, why does Kevin Stefanski deserve to still coach this team?
I think you asked the wrong show this question. This would have been a better question for like the morning show or something, because we've not been, between me and Nick, we've not been defending Stefanski for a while.
No, and you know what? I want to open this up to Cleveland because I just don't understand, because I can't answer that question.
He's been here for 5.5 years.
He's made it really hard to defend. If this is a grand jury and we're trying to have a trial here, it's been really hard to defend Stefanski.
So what do we have to do? Like, how long can Callahan just got fired, and he was coach for, what, a year and a half now?
Yeah, not even a full 2 years, yep.
Same record as Stefanski in the time that he was the head coach of the Titans that Stefanski's had with the Browns.
And I think what Stefanski has to hold his hat on is coach of the year twice. Okay, first he inherited a unbelievable offensive talented team. And the second time, he just caught fire under a 38-year-old Joe Flacco that nobody thought that this would ever happen. So it really has, and the one playoff win, which he could hang his hat on, he was sitting on his couch at home. So he wasn't even calling the plays. He wasn't even coaching the team during that win. When he is in the playoffs and coaching the team, they don't win. And I don't get why the Haslams or Andrew Berry, whoever has the power to say, let's change this, can't pull the trigger. They can pull the trigger on taking the team out of Cleveland into Brook Park, but they can't pull the trigger on saying, hey, let's focus on football for a second and start winning some games and not focus on trying to get Taylor Swift to Brook Park. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me why this guy is still coaching our team. He is the best winning. Hang on, the best. I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Starting with best is probably not the right way.
Losing record coach that we've had.
I thought you were going to go best losing winning coach, but I'm glad you took a second there.
Yeah, I had to go back on it and think about how to say that. He's the best losing coach that we've ever had.
That's like Varsity Blues. You're the dumbest smart kid I know.
All right, Adam.
Exactly.
Did we get through all three parts of this?
Well, you didn't answer any of the questions, but I think we had a good conversation.
We like that.
Well, as long as you enjoyed the conversation,
that's
we did
all
too.
that really matters here.
Yeah.
We're just a couple guys talking.
Making a nice vibe.
We're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
One NFL quarterback said it with his chest, and he said it with conviction. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Conrad's, from the corner of great care and awesome people.
Right now, buy 3 Mastercraft tires, get 1 free. Choose from SRT Touring, Stratus AS, Stratus HT, and Cursor Quest Plus. Buy 3, get 1 free. Offer ends October 13th. See store for details.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
I want to get to Tua here in a moment, but we've been watching the playoffs go on, and Friday's Game 5. That was Friday, or was that Saturday?
It was Friday.
Between the Mariners and Tigers. One, was I spite watching that to see if the Tigers would lose that game? You bet your sweet Bippy I was. But I don't think I've ever been as mad at a team that wasn't mine as I was at the Mariners for wasting so many opportunities. They could have won that game. The game goes to 15 innings. Mm-hmm. They could have won that game probably in 4 of the however many extra innings it was.
In a really cool fashion, too. Like, Julio Rodriguez was the final out in the, 12th inning or so? And, they had opportunities to make it, with their best players in really cool moments, and they just didn't capitalize. But the Tigers also blew it in many opportunities, too, though. At the end of it, it just felt like no one wanted to win. And it was, you know what it was, though? I woke up the next day, and I was like, that was a really good reminder of why regular season baseball needs to have the ghost runner forever.
It was also
it was a good addition by Major League Baseball.
It was also a really good reminder at the pressure in the postseason, because I think that's all that happened with the Mariners. I think the Mariners had multiple opportunities to win that game, and it takes one hitter. I mean, hell, I think it was the 12th inning where the umpire, J.P. Crawford, had a 3-0 with 2 men on, and he tried bunting and just pulled back the bunt each time, and ball 4 should have been called, and instead it was a strike, and it changed the entire inning.
Right, which then had me going to Google to try to figure out the last time that J.P. Crawford had bunted. I was joking with a friend in one of the text threads I'm in, and I'm like, J.P. Crawford thinks he's Barry Bonds. He does not bunt. That's not a thing he does. And so I had to look it up, and he had not bunted since 2023.
That sounds 100%. That sounds exactly what we saw.
And he was that player that should have been bunting in that moment. It's one of the very rare times in baseball where the numbers actually say bunting is green light, acceptable. When you just need 1 run, that's it, and you're in extras in that setting. Bunting is the perfect play because you're just going for 1 run. And I was like, there's no way in hell he's going to do it.
Now, I was texting Jim Costa of the Ticket in Detroit during it,
during the game.
Yes, during the game.
Did he stop responding?
No. He was actually. We were having fun.
That's nice. At least he's a good friend that way.
And we were talking about it. And I wasn't taunting. I was just like, I'm like, neither of these teams are my team, and I'm dying with every pitch. And he was like, that's excruciating. Now, where I'm a good friend here is after the Tigers lost, I didn't hit him with, one more round the Guardians, huh? I didn't do it. Because I was like, you know what? That sucks. That stinks to lose in a Game 5, a decisive Game 5, in 15 innings when your offense, I mean, Detroit had one potential moment where I thought they were going to win, and then they farted it away. But Seattle had 5 times as many.
Yeah, poor Kerry Carpenter, man, or as I call him, Kerry Bonds. He started out the game 4 for 4, and then you get into extras, and he's just the only one to get on base consistently. You just feel like you put the world on your shoulders in that game.
I hate that guy.
A lot of people do.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. His splits
for
are
a lot of reasons. I just don't like it.
His splits are one of the more aggressively, I'll just call it awkward, in all of baseball, between what he does against lefties and righties. It's wild to me. But yeah, no part of me felt bad for Detroit at the end of that thing. And I did feel like the ghost runner in regular season we've gotten right, because there was a lot of times where I just wanted that game to end.
Now, the good news is I've been in and out on playoff baseball since the Guardians got eliminated. That game pulled me all the way back in. I watched Cubs, Brewers. Obviously we have it on the TV right now, but I'm primed for the ALCS and the NLCS.
Yeah, it's cool, and I like getting different teams in too. Like, it's just fun having the Mariners in there. It's fun having different teams than what we consistently see. Like the Yankees always in there. It's fun to mix it up.
I don't think there's a chance in hell the Brewers are going to upset the Dodgers. However, if they can, I honestly don't even give a rip who comes out of the AL. I'll take whatever World Series you can give me that involves the Brewers and whoever, because whoever it is, it's either going to be the first time they've won since '93 or the first time they've won ever.
I might have turned on Pat Murphy, by the way.
Was it did he have something? Did he have a waffle in his pocket now?
Not like the big gigantic L flag or anything like that. You won, you earned the right for it. No, he's doing this weird thing where anytime any new reporters are in the room, he's making them like you're a child. He's making them stand up and then introduce themselves, and they go around the room and they introduce themselves, and they waste so much time, and they're just there's a difference between being like a fun hip manager and whatever that is. That just gives me.
He's so fun and hip that he's actually square.
Yeah, it gives
me
hip
to be square. Huey Lewis in the News. That's a real thing.
It gives me like summer camp in third grade vibes, or really any. That's my least favorite thing in life. Is we went to Charlotte's. She does daycare 2 days a week in the morning, right? And we go there to where she's going to do the daycare, and like when we drop her off, and we have a whole like big meeting and everything, and everyone had to like go around the room and be like, "Hi, I'm Jonathan, and I live in Solon," and all these other things. Can't stand that. Do not like it at all.
Why?
And I don't know. There's something that's just incredibly uncomfortable to me about it. I can't. I wish I could tell you why.
Saying your name and like where you live.
Well, they always ask for like a fun fact about you and everything, and I never want to say I'm on the radio. That's not the fun fact I ever go to.
Okay.
And so I'm out of fun facts. I'm like I don't know what
Lindenwood Bowling, baby.
Yeah, but nobody wants that either, because then that just asks more questions, then answers questions, and then it's just.
So you need something definitive and fun. I think the problem here is
it's just not.
I think you've
never
gone from
enjoy
being Fun Jonathan to now being so fun you're no longer fun.
Is that what it is? I'm not sure.
You pulled the Pat Murphy off.
Well, but Pat Murphy then making all these reporters, these respected reporters, stand up like they're dropping their kid off at a daycare and announcing themselves and giving a fun fact about themselves is just very. It's not cool to me. It's just I got the girls can get the ick and just be done with a guy.
Yeah,
I got the ick with Pat Murphy. I'm just kind of I'm out of his shtick.
Oh,
whatever that is, I'm out.
I'm built for moments like that. I will not only come up with the most fun fact about myself.
You'll make the room laugh too.
Yeah, I'll make them laugh, and then people think about it. And they'll be like, "Oh, that meant two things," and I'll be like, "You're darn right it did." Darn tootin'.
You'd make a sexual innuendo, and then Pat Murphy would be like, "This is why I'm not doing this anymore," and he'd shut it down.
I'd get it canceled. And you're welcome, Jonathan.
And I would say thank you. Yeah, I would say thank you as I stand next to him and be like, this is my friend Nick. He likes to talk more than I do sometimes.
That'd actually be great. Like when we had our meeting with the sales staff, which we do at least once a year, we let them kind of know where the show is, and it's really fun. But there was a moment where Jonathan just kind of looked at me like, and now you.
Yeah, this is your turn. this is where you thrive.
And that was the rest of the meeting. And I was like, okay, I can do that.
And it's essentially what I do with my wife in those moments too, by the way, because she's very outgoing, and I'm like, and so she likes to talk more than I do in these settings. So go ahead, you entertain.
It's funny.
You do that
in social settings where I don't know people. That is Vanessa's role. It's like, you're bubbly, you're cute. You do the talking, and I'll chime in with and that's when the clowns came in. I'll get one-liners. But if it's people like if it's our friends, oh hell, well, I can chop it up with anybody. But when it's like we're going to a wedding this weekend where I'm not going to know anyone but Vanessa. I'm going to be the stereotypical 80s dad, where it's like she does a lot of the work, and then I chime in with, and don't you forget it.
And don't you forget it. I love that role. That's a good role. I've done a good job with that role. I feel like you like a little bit more than that role.
Not in that setting.
Not in that one?
No. Because here's the thing. I'm definitely getting the point. I don't know how to say this, because I like everybody, but when it comes to friendship building, it either is there or it isn't. So I don't want to work for it, because like the best friends that I have on the planet, it's just there. It's just, you don't have to work at it. It's just, there's something deep there. There's some sort of connection that I have. I'm friendly with everyone. I'm friends with everyone, but I'm best friends with like 7 people on the planet. And that's really the level of friendship I'd like everyone to have. And because I can't, it's like, oh, we're just going to be friendly. Okay, Vanessa, what do you got to say there? Yeah.
Did you buy a suit yet?
No, but we reached a very nice. So I have a suit jacket that I've worn, and we went to the store over the weekend, bought some new pants that will go with the suit jacket.
Good.
Bought 2 shirts, because I didn't realize we have 3 weddings coming up in the next 3 months. So we got it done. It's the guy there really approved. He kind of gave off Hacksaw vibes, which was really funny.
I like that for you.
So we had that done. It was and I really was a grown up about it. I only let my kids see my eye rolls every time my wife would be like, let's try this one on. And the guy would be like, yeah, come on, you look great in that. And I was like, I don't like this. It was so
funny. Was egging it on?
Well, because me and Izzy, me and the twins, because the twins came with us because Livy was out at a friend's house. So the twins came with us, and the twins were the only people on the planet that wanted to be done with this more than I.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they knew at the other end of this, they were going to the bookstore and they were going to Swenson's. So they knew, they're like, we just got to get through this, and then we can go have fun and get, too much money in books and all that, which is exactly what happened. But yeah, there were points where if I didn't roll my eyes in their direction at it, they rolled their eyes in my direction, and we both did. Whoever didn't roll their eyes would look at the other one and go, yeah, I know. This is like the 7th pair of pants. I like the first one. I'm done.
Where if I were them in that role, I just trying to leave the store. Anything you put on, it would have been like, whoa, now that's it. Is that Dad or is that Tom Cruise that just walked in?
No,
that's a role I would have played.
No,
just get out of there.
This is a talent that Vanessa has. Vanessa would see right through that. Yeah, she knows. Because even one time I was like, oh, I think it's awesome. She's like, shut up and go put on the next one. You absolute moron. And I was like,
good. You need the checks and balances in life.
You got a point there. Sid, welcome to the show, Sid.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Oh, Jonathan, I miss you, buddy.
I miss you too, Sid. How you been, buddy?
Hanging in there. What do you call a Danish with a hole?
What's that?
I call it a donut. Na 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 na. Ba 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 ba. Na 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 na. We gotta get rid of this Marty Schottenheimer. I'm sick of this guy calling his own plays, the Schumer and everything. Just Stefanski, he's got to go. It's the bottom line. It's got to end immediately. I was talking to the call screener. He's like, I don't want to do it mid-season. Baloney. We got to get rid of this guy and start anew. I don't know. Bring in Gruden or something. What do you guys think?
Nick likes Gruden a lot.
Whoa. I like Gruden more than I like... Yeah, you know what? I take it back. I do like Gruden. I don't hate that idea.
I'm telling you what. We got to get rid of him. We got to start anew. But, I got a stepladder.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but I never knew my real ladder. Oh!
All right. 5.4. 5.4 out of 10.
Good job, Sid. We appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
The only thing I would say is he went baloney. Why didn't we get like an Italian cut there? Like, this guy's made of gabagool. Like something like that, right? Well, you wouldn't say gabagool because everybody likes gabagool, but you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
This man's got, he's like Prosecco. I don't know. Is it Prosecco a cut of meat? I don't know.
Now you're just doing Sebastian Maniscalco.
Have some Sanka. Have some Sanka. If everybody just have some Sanka, maybe it's not making...
Jax was very quick on that one.
Yeah, he was ready.
He was very ready.
We call that profiling, Jax, all right? Let's go with Joe in Elyria. Oh, Joe, welcome to the show.
Hey, good to talk to you guys. Nick, Jonathan, great. Thanks for having me on the show. Really love your guys' realist point of view with everything going on, especially with the Browns. Really, I kind of had a comparison with what's going on with Kevin Stefanski, and it's outside of the NFL. If you look at like the Showtime Lakers of the 80s and a guy like Paul Westhead, he was a pretty smart guy, had success in his field. No one would question that he was a smart coach, but he had this system that he just would not deviate from, and he had talent that didn't fit the system. I kind of equate Kevin Stefanski to a similar NFL version. A smart guy. You can't fault him for that. He's an Ivy League graduate. But he has this system that he just won't let go of. And the system has really produced 2 Coach of the Year awards, which are accolades you can hang your hat on, but they're past accolades. Now you have, an offense that's struggling, and he just won't give it up. I really do agree with a lot of these callers here and you guys on the show. I think it's time for him to go. But I also agree with the Bert and Ernie, type of feel. And I do think that you actually have 3 stooges, and not just a Bert and Ernie. I think you have Paul DePodesta, number 1. You have Kevin Stefanski, number 2, and Andrew Barry is number 3. I think the only one that gets a pass is somebody like Barry, who's proven with current accolades that he can produce a good draft class. But I do think there comes a time where you're going to have to cut ties with all 3. Right now, if he'd take the job, I would definitely, kind of use an interim coaching position and get Schwartz up, as a fill-in and a stopgap. And I don't think he wants to be a head coach permanently. That's up to him. But I think he's the only person qualified and capable of taking over until we do a new head coaching search. And that's really my take, and I kind of want to hear what you guys have to say.
Joe, we appreciate you. One, Paul Westhead, played by the incredible Tracy Letts in the Showtime show that should still be going on.
I just kept thinking of the guy that played Jack McKinney falling off of his bicycle.
Actually, no, that's actually Jack McKinney. So it's Jason Segel who plays Paul Westhead. Good save there. All right, there's a lot there. One, it'd be the worst version of Three Stooges ever because there's no Curly, and Curly made the Three Stooges. Two, I disagree with Barry. 4 good draft picks doesn't undo the world of crap that he had pulled the previous 5 years. That being said, I think the writing's on the wall for Kevin Stefanski. But unless you intend on making Jim Schwartz the actual head coach, I don't think there's any point in pulling that plug early.
And I think Jim Schwartz knows that, by the way. And so it could get dicey really quick. But of course, this whole thing can get dicey really quick.
Oh!
Have some Sanka.
In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Partly cloudy skies overnight tonight, low of 56.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Daryl Ryder at 3:20, Nathan Zagura at 4:40 today. Great stuff with both of our guests there. We got plenty to get into, though. One final segment to go. Don't forget, Monday Night Football can be heard right here as well. And yes, in JP and my fantasy football league, my winning streak is on the line. I have Washington's defense. My buddy Jeremy has Caleb Williams, Zach Ertz, and I think the Bears defense. So we're really just looking for a little bit of luck right now.
Well, it's where I want to talk about, actually, within the first stretch here of In Case We Missed It. It is the top two players picked atop the 2024 NFL Draft, quarterback Caleb Williams and Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels. We're going to throw Drake May in the mix as well. And I want to ask you, which quarterback out of this draft class would you like to dance with? Which one, not actually dancing, I mean, like as a quarterback on your team, which one would you at this point take?
Still got to be Jaden Daniels.
I just wondered if Drake May had made enough of a push.
I think for some he will. I will say Caleb Williams is clearly QB3, and I don't think it's close.
Agreed. No, it really isn't close. And the early returns on him with Ben Johnson, there was so much hype and so much excitement over that, and it is just kind of come and gone. It has not been nearly as exciting outside of maybe the first 15 scripted plays that they have. It has not been nearly as exciting as people wanted.
I feel like if they're going to find it with Caleb, it's going to be like Jordan Love his rookie year, where for the first 8 games he was just disaster, and then and then it just takes off. I don't know if it's going to be exactly 8-9 or 9-8. I'm not giving up on Caleb as like a functional quarterback. You know who I think he might end up being?
Who's that?
Jeff George. As a guy who ends up being or maybe like a Jay Cutler, not to go full Chicago on this, but as a guy who is undeniably talented, but is a little bit mercurial and just has problems fitting in somebody else's view.
At this point, I mean, think about it. If you would have told Bears fans that out of those top 3 quarterbacks, Caleb would be third out of that, I think they'd be very, very shocked when they drafted him. Caleb Williams came with as much fanfare being taken number 1 overall, and as much of a it's not even a debate, then I mean, we're going back to when Joe Burrow was taken number 1. We're going back to Andrew Luck. We're going back to Peyton Manning. It was that much of an easy call to turn in Caleb at 1 of 1. And it's fascinating now that the 2 quarterbacks taken in back of him are both better than him.
This continues to, I don't want to say prove my point, but this continues my, I don't want to say unease, but if you get a pick with a quarterback that is thought to be just no questions turning the pick, it's a bigger trap than you realize. That was Trevor Lawrence. People still don't think he's any good. Caleb Williams was another. Turning the pick. Don't think about it. Bryce Young.
I know, but sometimes it does work out, though. Sometimes it is Joe Burrow coming from LSU. Sometimes it is Andrew Luck. Sometimes it is just as obvious as the day is long. I think
those are fewer and far between, though, than the, hey, turn in that pick, and guys who turn out to be good but not great.
The problem I had with Caleb is that after, in the middle of year 2, everyone said turn it in, and he still had a year and a half to go.
Yeah.
And then
the Josh Rosen.
And he didn't get any better in the meanwhile. And everyone just kind of stayed with that thought that they had on him, the initial thought they had with him, and never really adjusted to the idea that his final year at USC wasn't particularly good.
Moving to Penn State, getting upset by Northwestern on Saturday, their second straight loss. No. Their second straight embarrassing loss coming after the UCLA game. And then on Sunday, head coach James Franklin got fired despite a $49 million buyout. The question remains, was this the right move for Penn State?
I mean, James Franklin had showed he couldn't win big games, and now he was losing games that he should have been able to take care of in his sleep. You can't lose to UCLA, you can't lose to Northwestern, and still keep your job. Actually, if anything, I'm kind of impressed at the idea that Penn State stood for something in all of this. Because I thought they were just going to keep letting them get away with these embarrassing losses, and it shouldn't have been the case. So, yeah, I think it was the right call, and who they replace him with is going to be really interesting.
I think the timing of this is really interesting. The timing of this tells me they want to get out ahead of the coaching market because they have somebody in mind. When you fire a guy, and I know, that's fair. You didn't, with Aller being out for the rest of the season, you didn't fire James Franklin to turn the season around. The season's lost. The whole point of this season was you spent a butt ton of money to make the playoffs. There's nothing you can do now to make the playoffs. Which makes me wonder if it's Matt Rule. Matt Rule's agent, I've never seen a guy work the way Matt Rule's agent does. Baylor was in the midst. I mean, let me take a step back. When Ron Rivera got fired, the Panthers spun it as, hey, they want to do right by Ron. And Ron was very gracious publicly and said, they're allowing me to do this so I can go whatever. I'd also heard conveniently that the second Ron Rivera was fired, they had already called Matt Rule's representation because Dave Tepper was obsessed with Matt Rule. And then you watched for, I think it was like 5 weeks, as both sides masqueraded, and then Matt Rule got a sweetheart of a job. Matt Rule gets fired, immediately gets the Nebraska job. Sweetheart offer. Mm-hmm. I think he's about to get a sweetheart offer with only a $5 million buyout from Nebraska to go to Penn State. Here's my word of warning. Matt Rule doesn't win in year one. Matt Rule wins. He's like Matt Campbell. You need to let him build a program over time. Maybe, because the AD and Matt Rule go all the way back. I think they were teammates. Maybe this is the way of bottoming out the Penn State program this year so they can justify Matt winning 10 games in the next 2 years, and so hopefully in year 3 he can have him back on the national radar. I think I don't think you need to do that at Penn State. I think it'd be a mistake.
I was trying to figure out some of the odds and some of everything that was attached, and let me read through the Penn State coaching odds for you, and you tell me what you like. And Matt Rule, obviously, he is the favorite right now at 3-1. Bill O'Brien to Penn State at 401. What do you think about that?
No, please God, don't do it.
Did you see his press conference this weekend too? By the way,
no,
it's just embarrassing.
Yeah,
just embarrassing. Kirk Cignetti 6-1. What's that look like for Cignetti?
I think you can go to Indiana to Penn State. I don't think he will, but I think that would make a hell of a lot of sense. I think Cignetti would make more sense than Rule.
I mean, Cignetti's stock has never been higher. Indiana seems like a real force at this point.
But he stepped in year one in Indiana and made them better than they ever were. If you give him resources, he can win.
And you don't have to say Google me now at this point. Like he's got it down.
And I think Cignetti with that kind of cash could win a national championship within like the first 2 years at Penn State.
Lane Kiffin 8-1 in back of that. Lane Kiffin just doesn't feel like Big Ten football.
No, it doesn't. I think there's a better job than Penn State for Lane Kiffin.
Joe Brady at 14-1.
No, I think he's a future NFL head coach.
So he keeps being brought up in the Browns. That's why I want to say his name really quick. He keeps getting brought up with the Browns, and I mean, he was really good at LSU. Like that's where he got his name to begin with. But like, I don't want him for the Browns head coach.
He was an absolute disaster.
I don't want that, and it feels like a name that the Browns would be enticed by, and I'm scared of that.
Well, but look what he did with Josh Allen. Yeah, because it was Josh freaking Allen.
Mm-hmm, I'm scared of that.
I'd just stay away from Buffalo offensive coordinators at this point.
Yeah, we did it once.
Yeah, Ken Dorsey didn't work out. Let's never do it again. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren doing some producing and the YouTubing. Big thanks to Jake Volnick. Big Weech loves the nickname on the 2020s today. Of course, guys, we got Monday Night Football coming up, but big thanks to everybody. Callers, texters, tweeters, YouTube commenters. Chat, we love you. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Back tomorrow with whatever the hell is the latest from the Cleveland Browns in the world of football. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.